to have to restart my computer. Something crashed. Yeah, I don't even know what crashed. It's just like froze me. But I'll start in a few minutes. I think I just have too many things open. I haven't streamed in quite a long time. A month. It's like once a month thing. They're pretty consistent now. Hopefully I can stream more, but today I'll go over the reason why I don't stream more. Maybe not as much drawing today. I want to talk about like it's kind of like a show and tell. A little bit about the mentorship and how uh students are progressing. I think the people taking the mentorship, how they're doing and what they're doing and stuff. Because I keep getting asked for mentorships, like information about it, like in general, but I haven't really said anything. Obviously, besides the people who are in the mentorship. So I just thought it would be interesting to share it. But give me a second. Yeah, more than a second, like a minute, you know. How are you guys doing? Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to take most people just because I was only looking to take 16. And it's not really a first come, first serve thing. It's more like, does it feel like I would be able to teach the person? Because depending on your goals, I have to like say whether or not I'm able to teach what you're trying to learn. So that's kind of why. It's not really a skill or first come, first serve issue. It's more like what you want to learn, or at least the general idea of what you want to learn. Does it make sense for me to teach? Uh, so I can't teach everything. I'm not good at everything, so I have to pick and choose what makes most sense to teach. And as it is the same one way, it's also the same the other way where people should be careful about the mentors that they choose because not every mentor is going to be able to teach in a way that can mm, that's going to be beneficial for you, like based on the way you learn the stuff you want to learn. So today is kind of like a stream to show what makes sense, or how I make sense of things and how the mentorship is going. And maybe for some, I know some of my mentees are here in the chat because I pinged them. So feel free to voice your concerns and uh, complaints and whatnot. And you kind of, so I know I put you guys into like groups of two. So a lot of times you just see one other person. Obviously, you guys post homeworks in like a group section, but most of the times you don't interact with each other from other sections, so you don't see how and what they're doing. And it might be interesting for you guys to see kind of a general perspective of what I'm teaching, and like maybe some common points throughout different sessions, different people. Because there are common points, but then there are also people who are like doing something that's like way different. So I think it's interesting to see all the different angles I'm maybe approaching stuff. So SSG asks, but it's the only organic thing. How else do you practice not basic forms? By practicing basic forms. Yeah, we can address that later. So I'm not gonna. I mean, maybe some people can reveal themselves, but I'm not really gonna go over like who is who if I see people in the chat that are doing my mentorships. But I've asked generally, it's either yes, I'm okay to show it, or nobody said anything, so I'm gonna assume yes, it's able to. I can show it on social media. So there's actually a fine line in the contract, if I remember correctly, because I did type the contract that says I can use it as like a portfolio thing, and I think we can stretch that definition out to streaming. So we're good. Get doxxed. Yeah. Y'all signed it. I made sure. Yeah. No, it's just I think it's good to show. I don't think anything there is like too exclusive. There's nobody doing like NDA stuff in there, I think. So uh, nah, bro is not gonna get sued. I am the one who's doing the suing. Yeah. Not the typical art stream, just showing some of them are corrections. Some of them just like I want to show like what I'm focused on in the mentorship. Hopefully some people's interested in that. Okay, so let's just pick some and go with that. Let's just open the files. Okay, 16 students, 16 files here, and we'll just go kind of down the list. You can see a lot of similarities because first week I'm trying to start everybody on kind of the same page. First 2 weeks, but there's already a little bit of deviation because I don't run it like parallel because everybody's learning slightly different things. But a lot of them goes back to fundamentals that ties very closely to the to each other. Like if we're doing shapes, then we can all use like similar references, unless you really hate certain reference that I've seen, or I've seen that I've picked. So let's go with this one. Yeah, let's go one at a time. Yeah, so we have some like splash art-ish drawing. So this is the original. And obviously I have a bunch of layers here. I just kind of slap it in, and when we get submitted with this, it's not like just corrections. Like, okay, you give me a drawing and I'll make it better. Like we have to discuss what better means, right? Better might mean different things to you versus me. So we have to say how to make it better, or what does better even mean in this case. So this is like a scene where there's some kind of lighting, there's some kind of character, there's weapons, a bit of design, and in a splash art format, right? Like the whole wide screen and the character focus. So this one wanted to do a little bit of composition, but for this particular piece, it's more of an issue with colors. So the colors feel muddy. So I'm thinking, okay, let's figure out because like dialing up the saturation doesn't help. I'm sure some of you have ran into the same issue. Like if you feel like the colors are not colorful enough, then what you do is you crank up the saturation. You bring out the big guns like the the curve adjustments, the saturation adjustments, the vibrancy, and then if all else don't work, you just do the gradient maps, right? Like that. If that doesn't work, then I don't know, pick up a Bible. But that's not really a good solution because it's like you're kind of just carpet bombing the colors. You're just like cranking the saturation up, but that doesn't give us like a very organized composition for colors. So I'm just starting to organize like, okay, where's the light source? What do we need to do in terms of making the saturation a certain way? So on purpose, I don't really try to, sometimes I don't try to correct it in full. I just like I give an idea of like how do I um how do I go towards the goal? So you give me a goal, right? You give me, let's say, the color's not doing color things, and I try to analyze that with you to say, okay, like what do you mean by color things? We can show examples, we can see like what we can circle which part is important. So for example, right, for example, there's supposed to be like a backlight here for the character. The character's hair is green, but there's too much green here, so maybe that's interfering. And then there's like a weapon. Usually weapons are very important in the splash art cinematic field, right? So if you're doing a splash art, usually because we're trying to sell a weapon, we're trying to sell character skin. So those things are important, and colors are supposed to work around that. Like you're doing the colors, you're making the focal point, the either the character, so the attractiveness of the character, or the pose, or like the story of the character, and then you're trying to sell weapon skins or pulls, whatever kind of gachas you're doing. So when we do something like this, then we can say, okay, there is a clear focal point. I know I want to make this part more appealing or more like the focus, right? And I want the backlight, like the theme. Like the theme could fit the character in a certain way, so it might tell a little bit about the story or the personality of the character, and depending on what they're doing. So like the setting that they're doing it. So I don't want to talk too much about the setting, but let's just focus on one thing at a time, right? So that's the way I'm talking right now is like how I run mentorships. So I made these changes. Obviously, you didn't see me make these changes. I'm just dialing it in, or putting the layer on top, the stuff that I adjusted. But we want the glow, so we have a main light source, and then we have a secondary light source from the moon. But because the main light source is purple and the hair is green, we don't really get the spectrum that of light that would bounce off green hair. So we get more grayed out tone for where the purple light is hitting. And then we have attenuation, so light here, and then gets less and less, and we have to show form. But really, when we start this, we are thinking, okay, here's the main light source. What would it affect, and how can I simplify these sharper shapes, these like sharper forms? Because now we're drawing form without thinking about how it gets affected by the light. We're just drawing form like we've seen in uh, like study notes. Like some people probably broke down these muscles, and you're just putting it in, like just like I wouldn't say bubble shading, but you're shading without the current lighting information. You're shading from the reference, so you're kind of like not thinking about it, right? So if we did this, right, we're like, okay, it's attenuated, so it gets darker as we progress this way and this way, right? So we don't see as much definition, and obviously there's not going to be a strong shadow casted if we have front light. So all the shadow is going to be on the sides, or like the back here, right? So you have like this rim shadow. So yeah, these are one of the corrections, and then we can next week we'll probably talk about like composition. Does this work? How can we, once the color is adjusted, how do we move certain things to make it so that it's not maybe like distracting or awkward in certain cases? So yeah, that's one version, right? And this is just one of the artists that is taking the mentorship, and different people have different things that we want to work on. So let's open another one. So something like this, where it's like, and the way we do analysis is different from each artist. So you can do analysis with just the breakdown, but you can also do it in text format. So there's like a clear map of like what's important and what isn't. We don't really need this, but it's nice to clear things up beforehand. But so if the original would be something like this, right? And oh, oops. So the original is something like this, where okay, there's clear line of interest, like the blue line, and then there's like there's descriptions like the red lost edges, and then the purple is hard edges, hard shadows that are maybe interesting, and we see some of that like hard shadows, but then we also see like if you circle lost edges, like why put a line art, right? So we can remove that. So this is the adjustment. Like we don't really need that, and that would help us paint. It's like we're focusing on what's like what's really important. So if you label what's important and doing it in a mentorship. So mentorship, how it differs from class, like a art class is art class, I give you something, or like the teacher gives you something, it's like draw this, right? Everybody draws this. And they don't really care, they can't care as much about like what your personal requirement for good is, like what is good, right? Like how you're trying to get better. So in that case, it's still useful in that you're still practicing basic skills, but you're trying to practice basic skills based on the the prioritization and the preferences of the teacher, and you kind of just like completely trust the teacher to be like guiding you towards the right direction. For a beginner, usually that's okay because you kind of just have to go into a direction first. Usually it's going to be approximately the right direction, right? So think of it as a three-dimensional vector chart, or let's say two-dimensional vector chart. You thought this is not going to be math. Yeah, you're wrong. So now that I have your attention, let's go to math. So you're trying to get here, right? You're like, okay, this is good, and then you're here, right? So this is like origin point, zero, whatever. And then maybe one side is, let's say, a certain style, and then the other side is like technical capacity. This is not true. There's many more vectors or axes. So you're like here, and I'm like, I don't really know how to navigate it. So what you can do is you can take a class, right? You can just be like, okay, we'll just it's very on if you go this direction like further, that means like maybe you're focused too much on like something else. I don't know what the negative of style is, and negative tech of maybe like a I don't know. Abstraction. Let's say abstraction. It's not true. Abstraction can be a technical skill, but maybe you go too much this way, and your goal is here. But if you take a class, usually like an art class, most people are going to fall somewhere here, like a general direction. This is arbitrary again. And then you take a class, the teacher is going to be like, well, you're gonna do tech, right? You're just gonna drill like statues and whatever, which is like boring as heck. Nobody likes statues. Everybody hates statues. And you just keep going like this, and in your mind you're like, okay, why can't I just take a mentorship and then it takes me faster, right? So this might be a vector of 1 year, so this is like 1 year distance, right? And you could, if you don't follow like a guide, you don't follow anything, you're just like, oh, let me do free form, right? You could do something like this. You end up like developing your style, and your style is like really cool and whatever. But when you do something like this, then what the heck? Okay, when you do something like this, if I can draw, please. Okay. And you do 1 year. You might develop your style a lot, and then you have no technical capacity, right? But it's still pushing you towards that goal. So where like your distance is closer. But maybe if you have an art teacher, they might push you slightly, like they would have freedom of style, right? Let you draw your favorite gotcha characters or whatever. And then right, something like this. And you might be like, okay, that's a little bit closer. That's a little shorter of a line. So it's actually good, but the difference between this and that is like, okay, I can tell you have an easier time. If I'm a mentor, I can tell you have an easier time doing style, or you've already done style so much that you're kind of over here, and you're thinking, okay, I need to do technical, right? So you go to a teacher, you're like, okay, let's do technical, right? And then you end up somewhere closer. But if you go to a mentor and they can identify like, okay, where are you and how do I just like point you to the right direction, doing this would be faster than doing something like this. Even though you're spending the same effort, you're like closer to your goal, right? So being able to identify like what skills are you missing based on your favorite artist, based on your requirement for good art, like what are you trying to depict, what skills do you need, uh, a mentorship should be able to drive you at least towards the right direction. I hope everything makes sense because I usually don't talk about this too much on the stream, but this is kind of how the, well, not this part, but I'm trying to explain how the mentorship itself works, or like the way I solve people's issues. So this extraction is not the only solution. It's more like the solution based on these, right? So let's look at where it is. Lost edges, these red areas, right? So I have lost edges in these areas. Let's move this. Let's move these things. Where the heck is it? Okay, right here. All right, let's move this up a little. And then we have blue, the cool line. So okay, let's make the line tighter. Not so this like a wobbly line, right? So why, if it's a cool line, let's make it like sharper, right? If it's an extraction, the extraction is just to get the point across. So we want to be concise with the point. So let's do that. And then these are slight, but do a lot. Visible even squinting. So it's visible even squinting. So this is just fully visible. Let's get the point across with as little as possible. So it's like the shape is implied, right? And that's what it feels like when we have kind of like a partially or like a faint line where our brain kind of fills it out. So it and this part, right? So we're trying to get as much in the extraction, or you can call it the sketch, as possible, because when we use something like this, and I tell this to every mentorship student, when we use something like this, we can understand where we even need to render. So if we don't need to render these edges, look at this red circle over here, this red circle over here, right? If we don't need to render these edges like in the final because we want the lost edges, then there's actually no point making like spending the time and making a line. In fact, it works against what we think is cool. So if you think it's cool, and then so it's my job to say, okay, why are we contradicting what you think is cool initially? Like, did you change your mind, or is it just like we're just not thinking about things and you're just like going to the default, like, okay, I need to outline everything, I need to detail everything. So yeah, I mean, you don't have to hate line art, right? Line art is important for certain things, but in some cases, like if we want lost edges, then we have to think about, even if we do line art, like change the colors of the line art to something that's like the base color. So it would be less apparent, like less contrasted. So contrast and shape design is like a huge part of composition, and composition is like the biggest part of a image usually. So I think knowing what the goal is and getting to the like taking the least or the shortest path to it is kind of the benefit of mentorship. Where if you go to a YouTube video is supposed to be catered to the general audience, so it focuses on what everybody has problem with, but that's not the same as exactly how you're having the problem. Like maybe you have kind of a similar problem, but maybe the problem is misdiagnosed, right? So some, like for example here, like we have, okay, he comes to me, he's like, okay, I have a the color is not doing enough color, like I need to, like this version, I need to, bump up the saturation or whatever. I'm like, do you really need the color, or are you just trying to get the glow, to the lighting to look right, the color to show correctly, right? And sometimes it's a misdiagnosis of issues. So if you look at this, you might go to YouTube and be like, okay, like I need those 12-hour color theory videos, or I need to buy a color theory book, which is not, it's gonna push you towards kind of the right direction, but it might not be the most efficient way. Strongly disagree. line art to line art is meditative. I mean, it could be meditative to some, unless you're disagreeing with me on the color theory. But okay, yeah, and I'm gonna run this kind of like a big mentorship thing. I'll just treat it like a mentorship session. But uh, if anybody has any questions, feel free to blast the chat. So, and obviously there's more than so here's an example of the uh the extraction, right? Based on if I can find the layer for the requirement based on these requirements. So I've done taking the notes. So I turned the text note into a visual note, right? And then I will use the visual note, like I use the visual note to start my painting. Now, if you want to paint like this, if you want to do line art, it doesn't matter, but the visual note is important. So, thumbnailing, right? Everybody says thumbnailing is important. Every other YouTube video mentions this, but sometimes they don't show it properly, or they don't show it in a way that's satisfactory. But yeah, free complimentary snacks. How about no? Yeah. It's as much of a kind of a intro free mentorship thing as it is just like I think some of this is kind of cool and I want to show it. Now, you might think, okay, like I can just do this and not pay me, which is fine, but the mentorship is useful because it focuses on what your results is. Because it's easier to watch someone else paint than to paint it yourself. You discover that you have issues in places that you think you don't have issues. Or you find issues where you didn't think it was an issue until I change it, right? Okay. Eventually, we'll start seeing some examples that are similar. So what is this? Okay, there's something like this, and then I start with asking like, okay, what is interesting about the reference? Like, because when you pick a reference, when you pick an art, when you pick a favorite artist, or you pick something to put on your phone screen, whatever, you usually like it, right? You're not gonna pick something you don't like. So when you like something, usually you don't like every single pixel of it. You don't like every single thing about it. So it's very good to be more specific about what you like. Like, okay, I like some people, when I ask this, like when I really ask this and they think about it, I take the time to think about it or let them think about it. Is like I get slightly different answer because most people would say, oh yeah, it's just a cool picture. Everybody will like it, right? But that's not true. There's one person that said, or two people that said, oh, I really don't like the intense look, like it's too confrontational, it's too angry, it's too mean looking, right? And then we have people who's like, oh, I really like the intense look, like I like, in fact I like the fact that it's scary, like the silhouette of the person in the shadow is not clear, like that's kind of cool. Or they said, oh, I actually like the separation of the silhouette and the shadow in certain areas, and it shows the character clearly and while maintaining this like dark atmosphere. So there are slightly different things about the reference that you like, and you can exaggerate these things differently. So if I like, so let's see. So here we're like, okay, I like the glare of the character, or the student likes the glare of the character. Then we can say, okay, what composes of a like a strong glare, like a very confrontational glare, right? So if we focus on that, we can say, okay, glare is like someone looking like through, like side eyes, where you're kind of looking through things like your hair or the side of your eye, or in this case the top of your eye, so eyes half closed. We have the eyes half closed, but we do not have the hairline, like the bangs blocking it, so it looks like we're kind of facing up. So if you want to get that glare, then the angle might be important, right, in this case. So based on the requirement, we can say, okay, let's push it towards more what you think is good, what you had in mind, by lowering the bangs and sharpening certain features. So the darkness, like the intimidation factor, is like, okay, we need to make the face a higher contrast. So lighter value on darker value, and then we need to actually cover the eye a little bit, so it's like she's looking through the strands of hair. Yeah. So I actually finished this painting a little bit ago because I thought it was cool to do it. Um, but I did the I was like, what's important here? It was the pose and the shiny part of the hair and the light shape. So like this light shape, the shadow on the arm. I'm like, okay, that's fine, but and we can just draw that. Like let's just focus on that. The details, whatever, that's kind of later because it ends up like they wanted the face to look nice as well in a certain way, and I will adjust it until it's something they're looking for. So in this case, it's like, okay, now I want clear shine. I've talked about many times in the mentorship, like what shiny means and what smoothness, or like how do we describe like certain type of shiny, like stranded or like smooth surfaces or metallic. So I'm not going to go over that, but um, the focus is to get like a clear definition of like what we're looking for. So the very darker, much darker value over the lighter value, right? So and very clean shapes, but we can omit some of these areas and still get a good read on the pose, right? So we don't need the outline because the outline doesn't mean that the pose itself is more apparent. Because some of these outlines are so heavy that it would be distracting. So once I have this, right, I would start painting it. So this is like the start of the process. I'm like, okay, here's what I am interested in. These are like notes. It's the same as like having a text note. And then here's how I'm going to paint it based on the extraction, based on the distillation. Some people call it extraction, some people call it distillation. So uh, it's a very good way of like, no matter who you ask, it's like distillation and thumbnails are very good for controlling composition, even with the reference. So some people think like, oh, reference is just copying, and it's just copy the reference. Kind of true if you're like just starting out and you don't really think about the reference, like why I like the reference. You're just like, okay, pick a reference and go, right? Um, like, and if you don't think about it that much about like your preferences and like fine tuning your taste, then it will take a much longer time for you to grow into your style. So what people end up doing is, in order to grow, quote unquote, grow into their style, they just look at other people's style and be like, okay, like I like this one, but I don't really know why I like this one. I'm just going to copy it. And eventually you'll get a collection of skills and preferences subconsciously that maybe you can arrive at the same spot, at the right spot, but the path you take is going to be uh, a little bit rocky or indirect. Uh, so can you paint like this with Krita? Yes. So this is not really a software issue. It's just like a prioritization issue. And I think hopefully most of my mentorship students understand this at this point. It's not really even the brush. It's more like, okay, what edges do I preserve? What shapes do I preserve? And why do I make these shapes? So these courses are online. I do teach students in real life, but the nature of the students are very different. So my real life students are much younger than my online students who see. So my online students, my mentorships, they seeked me out because they wanted to learn in a more uh, either a professional capacity sometimes, or like they've been stuck for a long time and they are seeking out the solution on their own. Whereas students are like they're put there because their parents want them to try drawing. So sometimes they're not as well, on average they're definitely not as locked in as the people who are paying their own out of pocket money to learn something because they already have a goal, whereas students don't usually have a goal. It's more like they're in the discovery phase. So I always tell them like, well, when you get stuck in your plateau 5 years later and you're like, okay, it's time to get serious, then I can change the way I teach, and it's fine if you want to wait, a couple of years to kind of discover what you like to draw. I think that's pretty good, pretty healthy. It's actually not as healthy if you want to like push for certain things. I don't recommend pushing too hard fundamentally for students are not developed into their style yet, like not developed into their taste yet, not style, taste. So I want them to like kind of freely do the art on their own, and then discover maybe they need one thing or another to progress. But the choice to progress should be on their own, right? I shouldn't be there to be like, well, that's 1,000 statues for you, and you can't draw anything else. Like, that's pointless. So, I in real life I run my classes like it's a mentorship, but some students are not able to take advantage of it just because they're at a different stage of their development, right? It's just I can't rush that. It's not really possible to rush it, like in a healthy manner. So films and for studies are great. Shots for films for studies are great in general. Now, it depends. It really depends on what you want. So if you're doing character design, shots for films is not going to help you much. If you're doing illustration, shots for films, very, very good. Well, 1,000 statues fix my skill issues. Well, if they're the right statues and if you're doing them correctly, yeah, probably. It's not just like, okay, like do 1,000 statues and it's like a loading bar, and after 500 statues, like I'm 50% there. That's not true. Sometimes it only takes like five, right? And sometimes if you do like 10,000 without thinking about it, well, try another 10,000 and yeah, whatever, right? Statue. Okay, so Shin, you're in class. Like, why don't you pay attention when I'm talking about this in class? Like, I know what your issues are, right? And I tell you what the fastest way to do it. Now, it's free for on you to whether or not you want to take it. My advice, like, you can think my advice sucks and it's boring. Yeah, it's very valid. It's like, oh, statues are boring. David is chopped, whatever. But it is probably the fastest way. And if you do it just to turn in a homework, then it's not going to help you that much. You kind of have to be specific. That's why I make you do thumbnail studies on other art and photos, right? But you know, we could we can discuss that during class. But and I've repeated the answer for you, and I will keep repeating the answer for you, and maybe one day we'll get there. So I'll be here. But yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna force you to learn one way or another. I'm just trying to adjust the style I teach to each individual person, based on their experiences. So sometimes if they have a certain job that I've done before, like if they're an accountant, God bless. If they're an accountant, then I can maybe use accountant terms to describe some things in art, some analogies, because it clicks very well with them if you've worked in the field and you're like, okay, I have a certain, like certain, how do I say it? Impression of certain, like some concepts, and then that impression is really really like important. It's very easy for them to understand the subtlety of the concept if they can get the impression of it right. So yeah, is it bad to use AI for references? Generally, kind of. It's pretty bad. Not okay. Let's look outside the moral kind of box, the moral limitation. So let's say there's no downside to, like, it's not copying, it's not stealing from artists and taking money from poor people or taking water, or it's not like driving up RAM prices. Those are all invalid arguments in terms of art. So let's say you want to use AI for reference, you have to be very clear. And it doesn't matter what it is, if it's AI or other people's art. It's kind of the same thing in terms of whether it's good to use as a reference. So when you pick a reference for artists, right, or from other arts, from other artists, you have to decide whether or not you like the art and why you like the art. So if you don't, then you're kind of just like copying without thoughts, and that doesn't really build taste. That doesn't really build preference. Now, the bad part about AI is the generation of AI has no clear preference. It's just mostly as a collage. There is a statistical preference, like a statistical bias of like, oh, this is what everybody else likes. Well, it's not one person. It's like a collection of artists, and it's kind of slapped together semi-randomly. It's derived somewhat statistically, but it's not interesting in an artistic perspective. We don't need a statistical average. We need a clear direction, right? So if you pick AI references and you're like, okay, I have a clear idea of why I like it, like oh, the lighting or the color palette. You can say, oh, the color palette is really nice. Whether it's AI or it's like you picked up like a leaf from the floor that has really nice greens and yellows. It's not really a problem there, but you run into a problem when you discuss like preference, and you run into a problem when you discuss things like anatomy, right? AI is not very reliable on facts, and visual facts is kind of important when we study, when we build visual libraries. So if you build visual library without thinking about the mistakes AI will make, then you'll build the wrong ones. But if you already know what the mistakes are, then you don't need to study it in the first place, at least not much. So it becomes a self-selective bias of if you pick AI references, you'll probably run into trouble. It's probably bad, but not always. Not always. Outside of the whole moral thing. Now, if you include the moral thing, now it just becomes much worse, right? It's like there's not a lot of reasons to use AI reference. Not a whole lot. How do you develop your taste? Well, you already have things you like or don't like. So I'll talk about the next one, and you can kind of tell me or think about how we navigate this problem. Like, what is my taste? What do I like? Like, okay, well, I can't answer it for you. So let's look at this. So here we have something like a pretty typical reference, right? So it's like if I can find the layer with it, we have a reference, and we have an extraction, if I can find that too. We have a reference and an extraction, and what was said about this was the posture, the face, some of the detail of the hair, like the way the hair is flowy, like the way the hair is shaped, right? Is interesting, and the look, the expression is interesting. So there's an emphasis on the eyebrow, like it's very clear. That's good. There's a very good like clean shape of the face. That's also good. But when we say something like, okay, likeness, I talk about this as well a lot. If you want to be a portrait artist, mainly if you want to be a character artist, then likeness becomes a pretty big factor to whether or not something is good. So if you want to capture the likeness or like the attractiveness of certain features, then you have to be accurate for those certain features. So if, for example, this eye is too high, like it's not slanted enough, then it changes something about the expression. It's not as coy, for example, or it's not the same proportions, or maybe the lip is too heavy, like it has a different makeup, and we can see how much makeup changes a person's personality, because the decision to put on these makeups already tells you a little bit about the person, right? It's not even just the physical aspect of it. So having the wrong shades for certain things is like having really heavy eyeliners is going to change how the person looks and feels. So if likeness is a big deal, then we have to develop like a tighter standard, or a tighter tolerance for what is accurate. And if it's inaccurate to a degree where it affects your mm, like preference, not preference, but viewing pleasure, then you might have to change it. So if something feels awkward when you're looking at it, yeah, you might have to think a bit about that. How do I know which references are good and which are not? So it depends on what you're doing. So if you're looking for references for like structure, like, oh, you want to draw a car, you want to know how a car works, like the suspension, the drivetrain, and the middle axle, how the wheels or the tires work, how the electronics work. And then you look for references that show you clearly the diagrams, the schematics, right? If you want to know how to draw a car in terms of like, okay, how does it look in terms of the drift? Like if I could show a car drifting, even though it's stopped, like a single frame, right? I need to know how sand, like road works. I need to know how motion blur works. So you have to pick references, or like how suspension works. So like how does a turn work mechanically, and combine those knowledge together. Now that's kind of a complicated one, but I want to show how complicated something can be, even though it's such a simple objective. Like I want to draw a drifting car, and how would I do that? What would be a good reference to do that? And you can kind of go more first principle, like think about the root cause of like what makes something good and not good. So I split a painting to 3 values and then render, or 2 values and then render in the midtones. What? Oh, 3 values and 2 values. I mean, there's differences in them in terms of what they practice, but 3 values is I like 3 values better. And then when I render, I would put it to the side, kind of like this, and then I render it, right? So I want to show like how I changed it. So I want the hairstyle to be very distinct. I want the eyes to look like I'm trying to get the same expression very clear, but not to make it too sharp where she has like a very different makeup. So same thing with the shadow, how sharp something is, and obviously the proportions, like the raised shoulders, right? So we have more of a raised shoulders. Like this is, the shoulders a little too low, so the posture is important if we're talking about personality. So here I would look at this drawing, like this sketch, the 3-tone sketch, and I would translate to like, okay, if it's blurred out, then I probably don't need much here. Like it's not as important. It doesn't affect our focal point if I don't paint it. But it might it might affect it negatively if I over render, if I paint it too much. So sometimes studies can be seen as copying literally. How do you vary from that using your taste? Hard to explain, sorry. Oh, it's also hard to explain for me, but you can vary from that based on your taste, based on showing what you want to render. The idea is not to render everything, but only the things you are interested in. So I have the example I have that's best illustrates this point is the picture I used for the stream. So like I showed it's one of my favorite paintings still, but it's like it was a quick study thing. But there's this one, I like the Ganyu one too, but the one with the bow. This one is something I really like. I use this as an example. It's like, okay, you don't render everything. So a lot of these is texture, it's not rendering, right? And it's actually really hard to balance the detail in this one, and make it look the way I want it to look. Because if it's like a little bit not managed, if the mess is not managed, then it's very easy to lose the silhouette in places I don't want to lose. And this is from a reference, right? And it still feels like it has some preferences into it, like the way the texture is done, the way the direction, which cuts are sharp, which cuts are not sharp, what is blurred, lost edges, grouping shapes, and having prioritization and rendering. So that's that's the short answer. It's bad to be way too accustomed to a specific process depending on your process. Overuse of layers, kind of bad. But if you're comfortable with that and you feel like you have enough artistic freedom with that process, I wouldn't be too worried about it. But it's good to kind of be retrospective, like kind of think of what you're doing right now. Does it affect the end product? So maybe like that's a cause for something off in the something feeling off in the main product, or the final product. There we go. What do you what do you recommend for people constantly hold themselves back saying, oh, this reference is too advanced, I can't try it? Well, think about why you think it's more too advanced. It's like this has a lot of objects. Does it have like complex lighting? Like, and then you can think, okay, like if I do these things, then it would no longer be out of reach for me. So that's more of a mentorship question because it depends on case by case. I'm gonna be saying that a lot, but a lot of your questions, what you're trying to look for is like maybe a straight answer, like, oh, yes, no, do this, follow this YouTube tutorial. But unfortunately, the best answer is not a cookie cutter one. I'm at a stage where I can faithfully copy what I see. However, I struggle with applying what I learned in actual pieces and just go back to practicing. Um, hmm. I mean, I call a lot of pieces I do practices, but I still have like artistic freedom with it. So calling practice is not maybe not the worst thing, but if you feel like you don't have enough artistic freedom and you're just like going back to copying, then usually it's a form issue. Like you don't understand how to render form. You can copy like like gradations or gradients, but you can't understand what the form, like the underlying form that's driving those differences for the shadings, like what light hits and stuff. So you can't picture things or plan things in 3 dimension or even 2 dimension, and then you run into that problem. Like original composition would be hard to reach for you. What do you suggest I apply when I learn actual pieces seamlessly? What do you mean? Oh, I see. Okay, actual pieces seamlessly, seamlessly. Practice like it's an actual piece. That's kind of it. And then your actual pieces, you can treat it like practices, as in like you run into a problem, you don't be like, okay, I just need to finish this. You actually think of, okay, I ran into a problem. If I solve this, then it'll get better, right? It's like clearly easy win. It's like a quest, side quest. The main quest is finishing the question, but sometimes the main quest is the side quest we get along the way. So how do you study textures? Fabric, form. That's the short answer. The long answer is very, very long. Because it depends on what about fabric you like. Is it the flow? Is it the form? Is it the lighting, the texture, all that stuff? What about Ganyu made you decide to paint her? Because she's the best, obviously. Okay, like why else? Right? So helpful. I don't know what I'm helpful on, but I'm glad it was helpful. Adding to Pengu can't draw. Pengu can't draw. Okay. I don't believe that. At what value or brightness or darkness does texture disappear? What? Oh, like okay. So when things are overexposed or underexposed, like when things are too dark, you don't see it anymore. There's no cutoff for that. There's no like, okay, like below 2%, no more value, no more contrast. That's not true, right? So no, you're asking the wrong question. All right, you think you're asking a question about a concept, but the concept is not well phrased with that question. Robin is good, but not better. Robin is good, but not better. That is true. We're speaking the truth today. Okay. You always use references. No, not always. So, what's the recent ones like? This is, I mean, this is like so far away from the reference in terms of its value. It's not really like direct. But let's say no reference at all, then this has no reference, right? It's just like random shapes, unga bunga together. And then where's the Coco, no reference, and then some of these, no reference. The dress, yes. Something like these. These are like very simple practice, no reference. Something like this. Yes. But whether or not you have reference, it's not that big of a deal. It's more like what you do with it. So I'm saying no references and not even like a technical reference. Like, but the free run with the dove, I remember that. Oh, can't show that one, technically. Like I guess I used a like a free run like character reference, like just like, well, what does the dress look like? But that's it. Um, a lot of these have no references, right? Like these are kind of like doodles. Yeah, I like this one actually. Like doodles, it's just like a idea for lighting. This is like blocking, right? So I'm blocking clear shapes, so like whether or not it's gonna be interesting, and then I can proceed to rendering this based on the thumbnail. This is like an okay starting point, but I would probably recrop this. Mm, something like this. It's like mainly just color shapes and directional, like vector lines, and uh, which direction do I want to lead the composition and why. But there's no need for reference for something like this. Same thing here. It's like the composition is fairly simple. Okay, let's go back to this. Took some detour. Uh, like drawing from pure imagination. Yeah, yeah, like drawing from pure imagination. I am reading the YouTube chats. I'm just not very good at reading. So, where was I? Where am I? Is everybody here from the Discord? I doubt it. But there is a Discord. Yeah, feel free to join. When some people paint objects, it feels like you can reach out and touch the said object. Like some people are very good at conveying the feel of a surface. I want to know how to study that. Well, it depends on the surface. So, what's a good example I have? I don't really do surface texture studies or whatever, but this one's okay. Like you can kind of feel it, but it's too stylized. Um, if we want something like not stylized, I feel like you're looking for maybe like realism or a realistic depiction of texture and objects and items, like something like the lemon or something like this, maybe, like has volume, has certain textures in the right places. Mm, like maybe something like this where it looks like it you can kind of touch it. There's clear separation, there's consistent lighting, uh specularity based on the light angles. What else? Yeah, I mean it's practically it's not a very complicated concept. Do you match value of grays when while doing the quick grayscale sketch, or do you just use values that make sense? Oh, um, absolute value accuracy is not that important. Relative accuracy is pretty important. So, no, I think the answer would be no. Is it better to paint into the shape distillation and repaint it or repaint it entirely? Repaint it entirely. I think it's better. I don't think it's a huge difference. I don't think it's like a make or break deal thing. Do you think it's worse to be hyper dependent on reference that you can't draw from? I don't think it's a problem. So if you think you're hyper dependent on reference, whatever that threshold is, it's still valid because you're gonna still be stylizing even if you are dependent on the reference. You're not copying as long as you're not copying pixel by pixel. There are people who do that, and I don't think it's good practice. I really don't think it's good practice. It's a good demonstration of skill and patience, but art is not just skill and patience. So don't recommend. But most people do not have that issue. You're not really pushing the realism so much that even for something like um let me find an example. Even for something like this, I don't feel like I'm pushing realism much at all. Like it's pretty far from realism. It looks kind of realistic, but the way I'm simplifying the shape is not like printing. So not really an issue. Let's see. Ganyu or Free Rank Ganyu? this one was very interesting. Oh, the drawing on the canvas one, or not canvas, on the notebook on a easel. Crazy amount of finished drawings you have. It's okay. I wish it was more. I just, unfortunately, I don't allow myself enough time and focus to paint enough, uh, enough to my satisfaction. So how to gain enough knowledge to do things from imagination? It's way easier to read form light than invent. Uh, that's an interesting one. So let's look at something. Let's look at something interesting. Here's why reference is good. And I think this is a good argument against everybody who's against using reference. There's two, actually. I think it's this one. So this person wanted to do composition, original composition. I'm sure you guys share the grievance. Like, I cannot do original composition, or I can't do like original drawings. I have to rely on a reference. It is a problem. But when we look at something like this, where it's a, okay, like this is the original, right? And I don't want to apply too much changes because I want to just focus on a few brushstrokes, making the changes and showing that we can go into the direction of what we want it to be. So the student gave me this. The question that naturally is, okay, what do we care about this? Like, what? Why this reference? I let the student pick the reference. I let the student pick the reference. Student Xing, you should pick the reference. Anyway, now that I got that out of the way, I let them pick the reference because it shows preference. It's not what I pick, it's what you pick. So you decide when someone's good or not, when something is good or not, like the picture or the art, right? And then when you pick that, you have to tell me why. Like, it's easy to say, okay, like this is good, right? But it's harder to say, okay, I think it's good, I think it's better than the other references, I picked this one because of certain things. So when I asked this, and the person was like, okay, like I really like the light, right? Like this light. I'm like, okay, that's cool, that's valid, and it's simple, right? The foggy light coming through, and maybe it gives us a certain feeling. The explanation is not very elaborate, but we have something to start with. And then I try to like lead the direction of the conversation. It's like, okay, what about the light? Is it because it's warm? Is it because it feels like, it looks like, it smells like something? Like, so, like maybe from a memory, like you've been to places like this, and you like the atmosphere, the smell, the things you hear, the people you see, the food you might see, what kind of businesses, what kind of district is this? And you can go very far with this. But here, well, yeah, you can just do 1,000 statues and you won't find your taste. Yeah, we can be here for a while, you know. I'll be seeing you here. But so if we already know we like the light, why is it that we're not exaggerating it, right? So we can have this awning, right, and block out some of the light. It's the same concept as God rays from like a cloud, right? So I try to make these like very simple examples, like, okay, if you have something you're interested in, why don't we push that more? Like, it's just like that's a compositional like freebie. Like, if you already know what it is, okay, let's explore that a bit, right? It's like the least you can do is like indulge in the art, right, in the stuff that you like. So if you already have a taste, you can name it. You're like, okay, the light, let's do the light. And then I showed a more example, like a stronger example. Okay, so we like the light. We don't necessarily like the people here. We don't care about the walking, or maybe some of these lights, maybe some of these like pass through like shadow shapes or something like that. So how many values are enough to make a painting look polished without looking flat, muddy, or I'll also show something like that. I have enough mentorship students and weeks to show an example for each. But this, right, this is nice, but it doesn't change enough for us to show like what we like, because we can change the reference to however much degree to say, okay, we're only grabbing the light, we don't care about the subject. So I showed something like this, where, okay, let's get the light, let's give it something to hit. right? Like a subject to hit, like a chessboard, or some people would play in chess. Maybe that's interesting. I don't know. Maybe. So you have to decide. Okay, what are you interested in? How can I change it to emphasize what's cool about the reference, and then also add what's cool that I think would be in the frame, right? So this is just like a really quick change in the composition based on your taste. So that's why I say taste is very important. Because if you don't have the taste, you're just copying, then you won't even think about like, okay, what can I change? Like you're thinking like what someone else said. It's like whatever I want to change is beyond reach. It's like too difficult. Yes, you might think this is too difficult, but you can see how easy, how few stroke this is. Like it's just like circles, right? But yeah, it's still difficult. It's easier to watch me paint than to just paint it yourself. But we have a clear objective. We're like, okay, I want to make something like this. Okay, what do I need? I need to learn proportions. I need to know how big people are. I need to learn a little bit of perspective. I need to set this table on the floor to make it look like it's belonging on the floor, not like it's tipping over, not like it's too small. They have to sit at the table, not in front of the table, not behind the table. So the distance, like the vertical distance, has to be correct, right? And then the light has to hit it. The color has to do some color stuff. We can discuss that. It'll take me like an hour to discuss that, even briefly, like a surface level. So if I remember, I will make it available. But yeah, I mean, the point is to kind of show that some of the students, some of the people who are learning art, not necessarily students, but even professional artists, have a mindset that's kind of limited. Like even when we think about like references, you can be a bit more vague in what you're using the reference for, and even when you're studying a particular reference, that's why I call a lot of my studies study, even though they look like finished pieces or they look very rendered, because what I'm studying is pretty specific, at least at the moment, right? I'll probably think otherwise like a year down the line when I'm better than I am now, but at least right now I think like they have a clear focus, and when I study, I don't have to say what I'm studying. It's just for me, right? But when I'm teaching, I'll actually explain like why am I doing stuff like this. So this would be like a study, right? It's not really a piece. Like even if I render it, it's a study because I'm trying to see what I can explore. Like what can I like? There's a light here. How can I change the composition to explore what I like about this? So yes, it's a piece of art. It's like showing my preferences or his preferences, but practice nonetheless. Okay, how many values is enough to make a painting polish? Before I answer that question, I'll show you an even more extreme example of references if I can find it. Yep, this one and this one. Actually, no, not this one. So this is a bad reference for like distillation because it's not that it's bad. It's just difficult. Low light, soft light. I mean, not this one. Where is it? Is this one? Yep, this one. So I took this one. I'm like, okay, I like the lighting for this one. So this is where taking reference from AI might not be the worst thing to do. It's still a bad thing to do, but if you like the composition of a thing like a slop that's spit out of like the water wasting machine, it's it's not like because the AI has hodgepodged a specific shape, you're no longer available to that shape, or it's no longer available to you, the other way around. So just because it has a certain combination of color doesn't mean that palette is no longer legal to use. It's the same thing when we're grabbing references, because this pattern of light, like I like the sharpness, I like the pattern of light, right? But I don't really care about the subject. I don't care about statues because I hate statues because I'm student Shin, and I just have this like profound resentment for statues for some reason. I don't have to make it statue. I just have to take the lighting, right? So I might paint something like this. See the similarities of the light. So actually, I painted this. I wish I saved the intermediate, but I painted the light shapes according to the statue, and I painted the child a little bit because I like the shape of the light here. But I wanted to, so I moved the child to the right a little bit and turned him into a knee. Don't take that out of context. But anyway, the composition is what I'm looking for, right? So I'm simplifying the shapes of light. I'm trying to borrow the composition here, like the angle, the way the light shapes are laid out. And then I'm just like, okay, let me change this wing to a sword. I don't care about this one. Let me remove it. And I bring in a second ref. I'm like, okay, I like this, but I like this for different reasons. So again, for someone asking for the movie screenshot, whether it's not, or whether it is or isn't a good way to study, it is, because we have director of picture helping us with like, how do we get the focal point of this guy and then versus these people like on the side. It's like, okay, we want the focal point to be near the center, maybe like a little bit of rule of third, a little bit like off center, golden ratio, whatever. But then we have this like lower contrast, slightly lower contrast in the back, but it's still available to us. Like it's still like there, and there's like certain highlights that show them. um and I want to show that because I want multiple figures in it. So I would add something like, not that, I'll find it, yeah, like something like this. I'm like, okay, I can borrow the way the composition is done in like a very vague form. Like, okay, we have sharper, we have softer, maybe a little bit blurred, so bigger shapes. I have some light hitting it. I have some light hitting it. I can share the spotlight here. So the spotlight is like she's coming into the spotlight, and you know, we have the main character here. It does not distract from the main character, and then we can keep pushing that logic. So like showing of like, okay, it's a strong character. How big do I want it to be? How do I make the shape look like it's an overcoat, like a fluffy overcoat? And then how do I have the posture to like make it look like it's a strong person standing over a ledge and this like a roof kind of setting. So it's like hunched over but leaning against the knee, so it's like a very stable pose, right? Like triangles. And then maybe I want the fist to be shown, like he's really angry, you know, that the the crunched fist meme. Hold on. I'll show it. I love that one. You know, uh, this one kind of like I want this right for him. Like, see, so emotional. But I want it to be clear, right? I want it to be like pretty clear. So I had to draw this line, like kind of here's the floor. I want the silhouette to be here to show that, you know, to show this like super angsty kind of thing, but not destroy the contrast. So I have to think about how do I control the contrast but still the silhouette a little bit here. So it's just like little things we can do to get these goals, like to frame these things that are interesting. So now I'm using two references. One is like loosely the lighting reference, and I'm picking up these like lines. So this white line is directly a reference to the black one here, like the straight shape, like a very persistent shape through the behind the subject, and it's good for separating the subject. So yeah, and then we're picking out this to like, okay, how do I frame the subject clearly while bringing other elements that might be interesting for a viewer that wants to spend more time, like more time on our art. So that's how we do. That's how we do. And then this one is kind of interesting. Where the heck? Someone asked an interesting question. I had to stay for this one because it's an interesting question. If I can find the layers, Jesus Christ. We're gonna be here for a while. Yeah. There we go. Okay, someone asked, can I a 3-value split? The obvious choices have one light value, one slightly darker value, and then black, right? But it's not the only choice. Like we can split it into like one light value, the pure white, and then 2 dark values. Now it might not make sense. It's like, oh, how else would you draw the folds? Well, you can split it into something like this, right? Where you have 2 dark values. You still have the folds. It still looks clean. We don't draw every fold. We just do implied shapes. I don't want to explain it too much. And then once I have this block, I can easily shade or start shading it, and we can sell the effect anyway. but the focus here would be different than if I pick 2 light values versus 1 dark value. So where we render is going to be different. Anyway, I can talk about this all day. In fact, I do talk about this all day. So now for the example of how many values do I need to render? 3 is good. I think 3 is good. You might not believe me, but let's see. Where was it? I got tofu here. Tofu stew. 3 values. Or actually, no, this is not 3 values. This is 3 values, right? So the left is what I got, and then the right, or what they turned in, and the right is what I've adjusted for. And let's look at it. So the reference is here, and I'm sure a lot of you are acquainted with this reference. The lighting is very interesting. So that's a key right here. The lighting is interesting, so we want to preserve that the fidelity of that hard edge, right? So if we look at something like this, we can see at least the first thing I see was like in some inconsistency. So my question naturally was, is this on purpose? Like, is there a meaning of doing this, right? Why are we kind of, if the lighting is important, why are we doing this, right? This shadow, and then this should be light. And it's just like an oversight. But here's the thing, if you pick something that's interesting and you have big oversights like this, then you're kind of leaving like easy wins on the table, as corporate as that sounds. But you're leaving these like, how do I make it not sound corporate? Because I don't want to get PTSD. Corporate but PG-13. You guys get the point. I'll probably figure it out. But so much for anonymous. Yeah. Anyway, I don't think it's a big problem. Now if anybody complains, let me see if anybody's complaining to me right now. Okay, I don't think anybody's complaining to me right now, so we're good. We're good to go. So, yeah, it could be accidental stylization, but you can do accidental stylization. But if you're not happy with the results, if there's something about the results that is not satisfactory, then we can say, okay, what can we do here? Like, or what didn't we do here? Why is it that I like the reference, but I don't like the drawing as much, right? So when we explore these things, I'll ask like, okay, what is the focus? It's the eyes. I want the eyes to look a certain way, and then if I remember correctly, it's like, okay, I asked, it's like, is this supposed to be a scary one? Is this supposed to be a friendly one? Whatever. And I think the answer was like, okay, I want her to look like kind of friendly, like a soft expression. And I'm like, okay, like the really one shaded eye is not going to look friendly because it looks like she's like a killing machine sometimes, depending on who you ask, but it could be an interpretation. So maybe we can get a stronger read on the expression and also the focal point, right? Like we want to focus on the eyes. Then what we can do is we can assign what the heck? Yeah, if I can find the right layer. So we can do the detail in a certain way that helps us focus on here. And I asked, I'm like, is it only the eye or is it also the hair here? Like the hair, like the frame on the edge. And then eventually she's like, yeah, it's also the hair, right? Like we are allowed to change our minds, but when we change our mind, we should show like, okay, what parts can we explore? So obviously I wanted to ask like, okay, is this like closer to what you had in mind? Like what is it that is in your mind? I'm trying to like get it. So we have renderings like this where it's like the complaint might be something like, oh, it's a little bit too blurry. Yes, there's focus on the eyes, but it's a little bit blurry, or maybe like it does look friendly. So a lot of these things were fixed in the rendering stage, but it's not like from this to this, right? Like it's very different. The tail, the color, but these things should have been done in the extraction stage. Like if you can concisely depict these like big features that you want, then it's good to show them in the extraction concisely if it's like the most important part. So obviously I wasn't looking at this when I was doing the extraction from the original extraction, right? I'm just like finessing the distillation a bit. So I would say this is approaching rendering, and it's like mostly three values, right? So except for the eye, I drew the eye afterwards as like a demonstration for like what kind of shading can we do to make it more realistic. Yeah, a literal killing machine, yeah, I guess. But we're looking at the friendly version, like the inactivated version. But so I'm there's more details that went into like it's like an hour discussion or like half an hour discussion, right? So there's if we have a clear distillation like this, we can have a clear rendering, like a rendering process where this is like maybe has less information in certain rendering areas, and you might like this better, but it's good to have the option. And I would obviously I'll ask like, is this better in certain ways or worse in certain ways? So I I have the like they like the Terminator being like really sharp, so I'm like, okay, we can show that in just two values. We can show like this really heavy Terminator, and we want that kind of cute, friendly look and more anime style. So I would exaggerate certain features, right? And then the rendering would be done in a way that it's detailed, but it doesn't distract from the eyes. Like it's not distracting to look at. It's also kind of interesting. So what? I'm getting a 2-star Yelp review. No, not the 2-star Yelp review. I'm not even complaining about that anymore. Like it's whatever. I forgot about it until you mentioned it. But still mad. Still mad. Yeah, for you guys who haven't seen the whole Yelp review. Oh my god. No, no, no. I'm not gonna get started on that. So I'll just say someone gave me I have a physical location, right? For art school, and then someone decided to drop a 2-star review because I'm egotistical and I'm not skilled. Not as skilled as advertised. Wait, let me okay, since we're on that, I want to get the wording correct. Hold on. Takes me a little bit time to find it. Egotistical, not as skilled as seen on social media. Like you know those stickers. I really like those stickers. Like as seen on TV, as seen on Instagram. Platform, but his face is nice, so not 1-star. So I guess my art is 1-star. Uh, so much for not going into detail. Yeah, I mean, I like the tea, you know, what can I say? But to be fair, egotistical, I'll take that. I'll take that. It's fair. It's a fair assessment. And I think egotistical comes with the art. Like if you're not delusional, right? Like how are you gonna do the art? So valid, valid review. But 1-star art, really? 1-star, not even like a 2-star? Like I should at least be getting like a two and a half. Give me like 2.5, not two. But here's the problem. I have other reviews on there, but Yelp annoys me. Yelp AI says other reviews are invalid. So all my 5-star and 4-star reviews are like hidden. There's like 9 of them, 10 of them. And it's just like, okay, like your business is a 2-star. I guess I'm just gonna close down my business, whatever. But yeah, I don't know who, but to be honest, I don't mind like bad reviews. If it's like an actual like okay, if the way I explain doesn't help you learn and you're like okay, not as skilled at explaining things, I'll take that, right? Now I can't explain it in a way that everybody can understand. I can just try my best. Egotistical, yeah, okay, that's fair. How do you master light and values? I'm currently struggling with light and shadow. Okay, mastering light and value is kind of like a side effect of form, at least at first. So if your form is good, then you can have pretty good understanding of like how light works. So basically, light and shadow is like if light hits something, it's bright. If light doesn't hit something, then it's darker. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. Like, it's no need to overcomplicate it. Now, how do you know when light hits something? That's where perspective comes in. Ego, yeah. Mm, yeah, a little bit of ego. I don't know if I have a little bit or too much. I don't really care, I guess. I just like drawing, so whatever. So, they're maddest when they say I'm not even mad. Like I'm not even mad. So, how do you let's see. If you're from Canada, so online hater. I thought Canadians are really nice. Yelp hates positive reviews. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Hated 5 minutes. If you think your art is literally the best thing on earth and then hate it after 5 minutes, what are you doing for real? Uh, that's an interesting symptom, and I think a lot of artists get that often. So we don't see the mistakes and we don't see the comparison. So if you put it up in social media and it's like especially if it's like the same subject, it's like oh I'm drawing like a character from Jujutsu Kaisen, I'm drawing like Gojo or something, and you see all the other Gojo drawers and you're like oh I should have done that too, like it should have been me, and you look at yours, you're like oh man, my idea is so like juvenile because I didn't think of this like witty idea to say oh you know who Gojo looks like, he looks like Kakashi from Naruto. Let me just draw Kakashi cosplaying Gojo. It's so smart. Like, yeah. Like you can only see that after the. It's a stupid example, but you can only see that after you post it, right? It's like, unfortunately, comparison is sometimes the thief of joy. So you have to be at least a little delulu, like a lot of delulu for an artist. We all have one star review with a super positive description. Oh no, dude. You can't just review bomb like yo, please. It actually probably affects business, so people like Google things, and then Google will actually de-recommend my stuff because it's like it's a scam. Like oh, if you go to this art school, it's a scam because there's only 2 star and 1 star reviews. It's stupid, I know, but that's the world we live in. What are the best resources to study from? Photos. How did you figure out all these concepts when you were learning? Just thinking really hard? Yeah, just like I stared really hard. I'm not even joking about that. I just looked at photos because I didn't take any classes, so I kind of have to figure this out by myself. It's just like trial and error. And so it takes me way longer than it would take someone learning from me. So I always tell my students, like, if you lock in, 3 years, that's all it takes. Yeah, like well, whatever I can teach, like 3 to 5 years. If you're locked in, like that's all it takes to learn whatever I have. Because it's not that much. Like maybe it's like good, like solid information and solid application. But really, all the technical stuff you can learn within like very like short amount of time. But application takes longer. So application depends on taste. So that's why I'm like, okay, build your taste now because that's gonna take like 10, 20, 30 years. Unfortunately, even if you're like a very eccentric person, you have a very strong preference for taste, usually it takes a while to expose yourself to enough materials to kind of have a strong opinion. Yeah, draw 32 hours a day. But the problem is not just drawing, you have to also see things. Yeah, don't do that. Will you be doing art reviews soon? Well, technically, I'm doing art reviews for my mentorship students, and I have 16 of them. So 16 doesn't sound like a big number. For me, it's a pretty big number because I have to kind of target each student like almost separately. There are some similarities between students, especially in the beginning. And as far as we're talking about fundamentals, all fundamentals are going to be kind of pegged on the same root principles, but how you apply them is different. So when I teach different students, I have to think of like I have to set different mindsets. So like here we have like just straight anime, right? I have to learn how to draw. I have to not learn, but I have to switch my mindset to drawing that and like thinking about okay, what is interesting for an anime art style. But that I kind of do on the that's kind of like a sub process already. Like I don't think about it. It's just conscious. I can do it really fast. But for something like this, like okay, I'm switching to like maybe this is like more of comic American comic style lighting, and then this is more like a grunge type art where it's like oversaturated, high realism, and then we have a more like a like style like this. I'm like, okay, I'll look at this style. It's clearly not a style that I normally draw in, but I have to be like, okay, what is interesting here? Like, what's interesting to the person here? How can I exaggerate it in a way that is consistent and brings out the best part of it for them? So I'll change it to something like this. Maybe the sharpness, maybe the contrast and hues. What tools is he using? Why does he like that? And what can I see and do to make it more presented better, right? So something like this is like a different, very, very different mindset from this, and it has different rules governing the style, different workflows, ways that we choose color, anatomy, proportions, like all the stuff is different. So I have to be able to like switch, right? Like switch from like just like three well every single one is very different. Like this is very different from this, very different from this, and then it's just all at the same time. So I try to limit the amount of students, like the mentorship students I take, because of that. Like my brain cannot do more than 16 at the same time, because I'll get lost. So and 16 is already like I feel like I'm pushing my limit, so I feel like I should take less students in the future, just because like I want to be able to focus on the individual artists a bit more. So what was the question? Oh man. If I do bark. Okay. Okay, let me answer the question one at a time. How faithfully should you do bark before did you ever get into this full size plates and stuff? So I did bark before I even read. Like I did something like it, like plumb lines, like angles, before I even knew the Charles Bark book existed. So yeah, pretty early. I would say do it pretty early. I just kind of came up with the same principles as Charles Bark. Not all of them, but the ones I feel like are important. And I think that's that's fine. But if I were to recommend, I think Bark is the fundamental that everybody should have. Almost everybody. Maybe there's some small exceptions. If you really like abstract, then that you could find ways to say, "Oh, my art does not require Charles Bark." But it's not something I would mentor anyway. Like if you're like, "Oh, I really like performative, like performance based, like abstract art," right? Like I'm not gonna mentor you for that because I don't do that. So, and I have no interest in doing that. We can talk about abstract, but not like that's not my focus. That's just a tool. Abstract is just a tool for creating illustrations. Uh, Lucid sleep and draw. Yes, yes, top tier. 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. Guide or tactic. What according to you keeps someone upgrading from intermediate to pro level? What does pro level mean? Like you could sell adopt on DeviantArt and technically you're pro, right? Like you're making money off your craft, then you're a professional. Now does that mean your skill level is higher than someone who's hobby or intermediate? No, not necessarily. There are very good adopt makers that are really good at their craft, but they're also like very entry level adopt maker. If you guys don't know what adopts are, adoptables are, you're not missing out much, but they're basically like bases or like fully designed bases that you can kind of sell the rights, quote unquote. There's no real contract that's signed as far as I know usually, but yeah, it gives you the rights to like make stories with those characters or like interact with other people role playing with as those characters. It's a whole community that I am not really acquainted with, but those communities have a very big gap in skill because skill is not the focus. It's the design. It's the like they care about the design, they care about the color schemes, they care about the story, and those are like a huge range of technical capacities, but they are all professionals because they get paid for it. So your definition is too vague. Yeah. Join Discord for mentorship updates. I can't promise everybody mentorship. I just like I will drop news for it, right? It's not like register first come first serve or anything. It's more like I picked the students that would benefit more from me based on okay, like are you busy? Like how much time can you spend? What do you even want to learn? What styles do you like? What's your favorite artist? What are you trying to do right now? What's your project? Like are you trying to be professional? Are you trying to be like a hobbyist? Are you trying to be like the best meme poster on Instagram? Like I don't know, right? So burnout is no joke. Well, wouldn't know. I don't get burnout. I just run out of time. So, uh, how do we get mentorship from you? Yeah, I think that's answered. Go. I mean, I'll announce it in Instagram and Twitter and YouTube or whatever. But does lucid dreaming actually work? It happened a few times where I drew in a dream and it's great, but I don't think you can learn much from it like consistently because mm, at least I can't like consciously do lucid dreaming like just like oh let me go to sleep a certain way or eat certain foods before I sleep and I can start drawing after I sleep. But if you can do it, great. So uh do you, do you think I can stare at a photo enough to learn? Maybe depending on what you're thinking, right? But that's a crazy tactic. That's interesting. Let me know how that works. How do I choose canvas size? Depends on your requirement for sharpness, texture, use, focal point. Computer will blow up if I open a 20,000 pixel. So, can you talk about what aspects of character design are different from illustration and how to study the two differ a little? Yes. So, character design, I usually, based on silhouettes, right? Silhouette of the character, the subject. We don't care too much about how the dimensions of the canvases or like how the shapes are composed except within the silhouette of the character. Now if you place the character in a scene that makes sense to sell the character and the story more, that's now it's an illustration. So there's a difference between illustrating like telling a story, right, versus character design, which you're just focused most on the design. Now there is a bridge where it's like okay, the design is based on the story, so the illustration kind of plays into how we sell the design. You have to be a little bit proficient in both for it both. So, but the focus is different. So silhouettes being very strong for the sake of the character selling well. So you have like shape language specific for the character. The character might have certain like um personalities. So like if it's very sharp angles, maybe he's like angry. If it's like very bulky, then maybe he's like really strong and stable and slow. But those designs don't necessarily work well with certain illustration styles and mood. But then you have to decide, okay, do I peg the illustration as like truth and then I adjust the character to the illustration because I'm an illustrator, or am I a character designer where the illustration is just a tool for me to sell the character in terms of design, then everything else has to change based on it. So yeah, long answer is really long. So and to be honest, I might not be the best person to answer this because I'm not a character designer. But I understand the concepts. I'm not interested in it too much, but I can teach it to a certain degree, not a very high degree. But yeah, just having the concept doesn't mean I'm qualified to teach it. For portraits like that or half body drawing, is 3 to 4K good enough? Well, You can draw on a 1 by 2K. That would be good enough because it's bigger than usually how big we post it. But again, requires understanding like, okay, when I zoom in, okay, this is too pixelated. I want the reflection of like the entire world map on the iris because this is my style. Then make it bigger or crop your canvas. So, how to draw in my sleep? Let me know when you find out. Okay, I will try to pick out some more interesting one. Actually, all of them are pretty interesting. Uh, hmm. This one's, I think, earlier stage. Hmm. So, again, this one is like, okay, there's a certain style of like um, shapes that I'm just like editing in to show maybe the roughness of the character and the roughness of the stare, like how intense is the stare. Whereas yes, this stare is also intense, but it's almost like boredom, right? It's not as like confrontational. So if I wanted it to be confrontational, maybe I split into 3 values and then I use sharper shapes in some areas because I feel like that's interesting. Like the tilt of like this tilt gives, it's like a bit sassy, right? So a bit like more attitude for the character, and then the way we do details can also introduce a bit of character, uh, how sharp something is or how soft or how blurred out something is. I will discuss like let me give one example. If it's like darker, like dark on dark, did I have that? So this is like if we have it completely obfuscated, then it feels like it's just one shape. But if we have it somewhat separated, then it looks a little bit more. Actually, it looks a little bit more dark because it's no longer one shape. It's like two kind of similar shapes. So it's kind of like looking in the dark. The dark looks dark because you can't see very well. Snoke, take breaks. No, um, I don't want to take breaks. I do sleep though every day, which is sleep kind of cringe, but it's whatever. I kind of need sleep. Uh, yeah. So the darkness, right, is sometimes better done when there is contrast. So you kind of have to think about all the tools you can use. So contrast shapes. How do I get the right amount of darkness? Like describing darkness by saying, okay, the contrast is low. This is low contrast. This is high contrast, even though it's blurred out, right? Because when it's like the same color, then we don't see a contrast. Then obviously we go to the next highest contrast, which is really high. So sometimes using just dark colors doesn't cut it. It depends on how you cut it. So what aspect do you see for choosing references? Sometimes I don't choose reference based on a preset criteria. I kind of let the reference uh like show me different references and then I decide what I like. I'm like, and then I say, okay, why do I like this one? I can talk about that. OLED screen for viewing. Yes. Personally, I think that's great, but some people swear by IPS. So hmm. I personally think we should remove sleep and entirely draw in a 25/8 shift. No, 99/99 shift. 25/8, that's kind of weak. That's like 2016, to be honest. 2026, I think 99/99. Like 99 hours per day, 99 days a week. So otherwise, you're do you even care, right? So, no, don't bring yourself out. We can eliminate competitions in other ways. What about 2K by 3K for full body? That's a little bit tight for full body, but really it depends on your requirement for full body. So for something like mm, like mm, For something like this, like 2K by 3K might be okay because it is full body, but I'm not trying to do rendering. I'm just trying to do composition, and I have enough sharpness to get a satisfactory painting out of this composition. So again, there's no one size fits all. Unless you have a criteria like, okay, it's gonna be a splash screen in a game, then yeah, there's gonna be a clear requirement. I think he should draw my OC for more $1 billion. I don't know how many bucks that is. Chroma Corp. Didn't I do Chroma Corp? Chroma Corp? I think a version of them, or like a subdivision of, or the main division. I don't know. It's like something about Chroma Corp. Draw for money thing, like coins, Discord bucks. How big are your canvas size? 8K. Sometimes I lower it to 4K because it gets too laggy, but I usually don't go under 4 because I like to work with textures. March Hotel, there you go. Yeah. Why does my painting look better in Krita and Ibis, but looks worse when I save and post it on Twitter? It's a Twitter filter. I don't know the reason. You have to. It's probably case by case. But it's all in the mind. Why is this my okay? Compression. Yeah, maybe compression. Maybe it's not all in the mind. It's 99% in the mind. How do you maintain and balance focal points to where the piece is most interesting? So, okay. So how do we do that? Let's look at Exhibit A and start taking notes. Right, so we have something like this to help us manage focal point. I have notes for how do I increase texture, decrease texture, which edges do I maintain, which edges do I not, what values do I lower the value, do I up the value, do I change the structure, where's the line of interest, the line of motion, stuff like that. Now I'm glossing over a lot about the detail. I'm going through it really fast, but you can see how it's like you can do planning on it to arrive at something like this, where it's like there's a clear direction, and then you have different planning for a completely different direction, even though it's the same reference and one vase is fatter than the other. But that's not really an issue. The issue is I have clear subjects like oranges here and in the corner here, whereas this, this is clearly like down the middle, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, like subject, interest, and this kind of like change the table thing. And here we have one, well, not numbered the same way, but these things, right, that are interesting. How can I frame those? Like I frame those by saying what contrasts need to do here and there, and then what I need to blur out to show these areas. And when I paint, I'm like, okay, blur these part out and then get higher contrast around this area because it's neighboring this like kind of white to black to white. Like I like this pattern, and then I want this to be sharper, and I want this to be sharper, and I want this to be sharper, and everything else kind of, this line also interesting. Everything else kind of takes a back seat because I don't want to focus on it. This is like a very surface level thing, but still it's control, right? Okay, so you can see how the planning is very clear, right? And not always it has to be, it doesn't always have to be this clear, but being able to do this is helpful. But sometimes if you do this too much, like if you plan every pixel, it will look too tight. So you want to leave some room for freedom. This is already like an extreme example. You don't really have to plan it this tight for a composition this like simple, right? But you can still tell like very different paintings. The use of texture, and I'll show you an example of like where that would be useful. So you see pluses are increase in texture, minus are decrease in texture. So I decrease the texture here to show the edge better. I decrease the texture here to show the glare better because it's still a point of interest, but I don't want to focus on it too much. A plus here to blend it out, I think, yeah, because I want this whole part to black out. So just because it's plus doesn't mean it's gonna be a certain way. It's just like I think plus here, plus texture would be useful because I want the vase itself has texture. So if I texture the background, right, I end up with something like this, right? Texture, texture, and low texture against high texture, contrast, low texture against these like really sharp shapes. So I have contrast over here. Just a little bit of like using the tools that I learned. Like, so some of you asked like, how do I apply these fundamentals to our own drawings? Well, you have to think of them as fundamentals. Like, what fundamental tricks and not maybe not tricks, but skills can I apply to show certain areas more? So this is a very simple idea. Like, oh, I want to focus on these areas because this line is cool. You know, that's kind of very surface level. But what if we have something more complicated? And I just talked about this with one of my mentees, right? I said, okay, we often have objectives that is a little bit more complicated. So something like this, I want the gaze to be like a bit of a slow look, like something like she's thinking about something, or like maybe a long thought, and I feel like it's not really carrying that very well, but at least I tried. So I have to think, okay, how do I make that happen? Like, what fundamental skill can I translate to like, okay, like deep, like reveries? Like, how can I draw a reverie? It's just like a happy-ish long thought, or like a mild, or like not very exciting, but still a deep thought. And how do I improve that? Now that's a very complex concept to improve. But if we can break it down, like, okay, what does a reverie feel like, or what does like being a deep thought feels like? Maybe it feels like something is slower, so we focus on like lower contrast, maybe, right, lower contrast. If it's slower, then maybe we notice things like sharp colors more. Like we drown out all the things that are not sharp, and we just focus on, you know, when you stare at one place and you're like, I don't want to move my eyes. Anybody has that experience where like you stare at it, you're like, oh, I don't want to move my eyes, and you're kind of thinking about what you're staring at, but it's not a very profound thought, but it's a slow one. And I kind of want to get a little bit of that. That's not an exact description, but yeah, hopefully someone understood that. But I want that, so I have to figure out, like, when I see that in real life, when I look at something for a long time in real life, what's the feel? What do I see? What's the atmosphere like? What do I notice and what don't I notice? And then I'll paint those things, right? So same thing, same thing here. Like I like this, right? And then this is more like a calm, like very mild temperatures. It's not too warm, not too cold. There's like a slow, constant wind. I talked about this slow, constant wind, and it's like it's not turbulent. It's just moving air. So it's like very comfortable, and it's I don't know, like a little bit nostalgic, and like a kind of like a memory, but not a hazy memory. So I also drew like uh oh man, this is peak art. This is a blackout in Super Saiyan 4. And it's great. But anyway, let's go back to finding that one. Where is it? Mm, was 2025? There's no way. Okay, there you go. So this is more like a hazy memory, right? Like something you're kind of almost forgotten. So it's different from this. This is like a clear memory, but only some parts are clear. That's why the bow really clear, the horn really clear, the back of the bow really clear, and the feeling of like the temperature, uh, the volume of grass, for example. I'm just describing the symptom of the thing I'm trying to draw, but the thing I'm trying to draw is the nostalgia, like the very specific type of nostalgia. I can't really type it out because I don't have words to describe it. But yeah, and it's if I can't describe, it's really hard to describe. Then it's really hard to ask questions to where I'm like, okay, here's the thing I need to learn, or here's the thing I need to draw to uh to depict that feeling. So it gets more difficult. So that's why I say something like this is like a very simplified version of something like this, right? Like I have designed certain focal points and some reasons for the focal point. I do like this painting quite a lot. Um, and I can still critique it. Like certain things I'm just not doing well enough to depict the point, and I can analyze it later and see how I can improve it. But it's just a more complex version of this. But if without doing this, right, you can't do this very well. You can still do it. You can still try it. But if I want to improve this, then I'll have to go back to, okay, how can I control using value, textures, and shapes to control where the focal point is? And if I have a chance of controlling the focal point very well and how sharp I need something to be, then maybe I can control like how sharp the transparency of the cloth is, how sharp the contrast is here. Like, is the character being grounded important? Is seeing the ground important? I don't want it to be too Twilight Zone-y, but I do want it to be dreamy. So I have these like dreamy-ish colors. And certain focal point that's like, okay, Ganyu is like a uses a bow. That's like a clear memory, but maybe we forgot certain parts of her. So uh, not that I would, but uh, I just like the nostalgia feeling. So yeah, that's just one way to do it. There's many ways to draw nostalgia. We can use objects. We can use object that's like a long time ago, like haven't seen it a long time ago. But I want to do it with just contrast and shapes. So so something like this is a precursor to having the skills to do this, like manipulate composition. But to even do this, right, to even do this, I have to make sure that I can get proportions correctly. I can control contrast correctly. I can control texture to a certain degree, and I have a clear taste, like preference. So that's why preference first, and then what I need to like demonstrate the preference, and then how much control do I need to draw the stuff that really interests me, right? Am I talking too fast? I feel like I talk really fast sometimes if I'm interested in the subject. And then I'm like, do people follow? Because I know kids right now, most of them cannot follow any sentence longer than 6.5 words, 6, 7, right? So I don't know if it's too much for people. But if some people have questions, then I reiterate or I slow down or I go over an example with a different example. So um, I'm conscious of the 2-star rating. What if it's because I'm talking too fast? What if because I think people understand but they don't actually, and I just go over it so they think I'm egotistic? All right, wrong folder. Let's see. Ooh, all of these are pretty interesting. Like every student has a specific set of issues, even though some of the issues overlap. I'm like, yeah, this one's unique. Like I've never seen it before, and I have to solve the issue. So I say this sometimes. Uh, kids these days, yeah, anybody below the age of 95 is kids these days. So back in my days, did you keep your? Okay, so some of the previous ones I didn't like. It's in another place. I just have to find it, but it's there. I keep all my files. In fact, let's show. I keep all my files. This is actually very little. What the heck? What happened? There you go. So anyway, it's somewhere in there, but I just I'm not gonna take the time to find it right now. So uh, how old am I? Older than time. Okay, so again, some interesting issues, right? Like some interesting problems that my students bring me. What's the problem here? We're doing details, but we're losing form. I'm kind of reiterating, not verbatim, but reiterating and making it more concise the problem that was brought to me. I like drawing this reference. Like the reference was interesting, but when it was drawn, we lose the form a little bit. We lose the yeah, the solidity. But it's the style, right? This is the style, and we can see the style here. Let's pick some here. Not that one. Like we can see it a little bit here. Like that's the style. There's a little bit of roughness into it. Kind of subtle texture sometimes, kind of sharp texture sometimes. But the thing is, like, this is stuffed at the sketch phase. So like we're kind of stopped at the sketch phase. The extraction is not complete. It's more like it doesn't tell us what we're trying to draw. It's just like, yes, there's some poses that's done here, but it's not enough to show a clear direction for composition. Was I there when the dinosaurs went extinct? Who do you think made that happen? So, what brush do you use to blend? I don't blend. I just paint. So, okay. And then we have a rendering. And because the sketch is rough and there's no clear direction, our rendering is going to be misguided is the wrong word, but more like you're gonna be lost in the sauce. So for the style, I suggested a clearer blocking. So I made some adjustments to the shapes, like more like clarity of the shapes, so that we can. So what's interesting about this? It's both the pose and the form, like the flowiness of the form. So I'm like, okay, we can demonstrate that better with simpler shapes. So we have corrections like this where, okay, we have maybe some more organization. We still want the messiness because I don't want to kill the style. So I'm trying to predict where the style originates from, or like what is driving the style. But we still need these clear differences between like where the background is and where the objects are next to the character, and how do we separate the character silhouette, and how do we organize this mess. Like it's messy, but it's still I still need it to be messy in a way that I can read the rest, like this silhouette, right? I need to read that very clearly. So very clearly while maintaining roughness is kind of a tricky balance, but if you simplify the shapes, then it's easier to balance. Yeah, but you see how it's like a bit more organized. So the reason why it's like I've actually decreased the values is because she wanted it to be a bit blended with like the low contrast in most areas, and then we can raise the contrast if we want to. So if we raise the contrast, we can't really raise the contrast of this too much, but if we raise the contrast here, it would actually read pretty well, I think. So yeah, so we can see how the clarity can be brought out if we raise the contrast, but if we raise it in a sketchier version, it's not going to read as well because we don't have these clear definition of like where one shape ends, one shape starts. And another one that's really tricky is there's some drop shadows here, but because we don't have background, this background is like a void, we have less to tell the difference. So we have these like petal looking objects where I intentionally put there so I can show the shadows in these areas. And it might seem like they don't matter as much, but when you start aggregating these patterns, people pick up the pattern and sells the separation very well. What is the reason behind my drawings looking flat and not symmetrical? Symmetrical. I don't know. I'm not looking at your drawings, but right now, but they might look flat because we don't have clear separation of shapes like values. And then it's not symmetrical because you might not be sitting up correctly, like sitting facing the tablet correctly. So it might be a posture issue, might be a like you're overlooking some, like maybe you can start with some guidelines that will help you, like see which guidelines will help you achieve symmetry first, and then just like once you're figure out the issue, like which lines you're not paying attention to, then you will pay attention to it even without the guidelines in the future. So that might be a solution. Yeah. Okay. So that was an interesting one. And then I don't even remember which one I did and didn't do, but this one's interesting. They're all interesting, but I don't want to repeat some of the things, right? So let's look at where we're at. We have this and this, right? Where's the other one? What the heck? There we go. So this one, right? And the idea is putting fear into this scene. Let me be right back real quick. I need to get some water. I've been talking more than I expected to talk on the stream, but give me 1 minute. Okay, I am back. Hydration. Yeah. Well, you guys can hear me, right? Like, how is my mic loud enough? Too loud? Is it annoying? What's the difference between painting and blending colors? Well, I mean, painting can include blending colors. They're kind of like painting. That's like what's the difference between driving and turning left? You don't have to turn left to drive, but it can be part of driving. Yeah. Why do I keep losing my tablet pen? I don't know. Put a radio tag on it. Philippians. You can blend and paint. It's not bad. I just don't like painting because I feel like sometimes it's a crutch, and it's not a terribly good crutch either. Just like it's different in digital versus traditional. I think traditional painting blending makes a lot of sense. Digital painting blending doesn't make as much of sense. Yeah, I don't really paint with brushes that blend almost at all. It's rarely done, except the only exception is Rebel. So Revel has a pretty good like simulation of paint in a way that the blending makes sense. Not that it's exactly the same as painting, but no, no, I'm not gone. I'm back. Don't start the revolution. Why my yogurt be chunky? Did you not? Is it refrigerated? Let's go with that first. Maybe it's not. Maybe you've gone bad because you forgot it outside. I don't know, dude. Anyway, no more tax questions. No tax questions. I'm not doing accounting anymore. So no yogurt either. So what was I? This one's an interesting one. So because they are attempting something more like a original composition, right? So original composition is like one of the the holy grails of people who's like looking to draw, because you draw because you want to create something that's interesting to you. So you have this idea in your head and you're like, I want to put it on paper, I want to put it on canvas, digital, whatever. So it requires you to create things that maybe isn't there. Like you don't want to, you can't, or you don't want to find a reference that represents your idea, because then it will no longer be just yours. So that's kind of where the reference is bad is coming from. But we can blend references. It's perfectly okay to do that. Like it's a creative process, both technical and creative process. So do I still use plumb line to measure? Sometimes, yeah. I do use angles like subconsciously, but yeah. No, 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 not that in credit. So okay. So what I have got like sent was this, right? And I don't want to change it too much, but I want to explore the idea while not changing where it is and what kind of silhouette it is. But I do want to change the value a little bit. So we have to respect the fact that the river is reflecting the sky, so the values might be somewhat similar. It will be a little darker because there's uh, turbidity in the water. It's not perfectly like uh, clear. It's not a mirror. It's close to it. But anyway, the reflections will show the sky, and so the value has something to do with what is reflecting. Also, we have opportunity to group the trees and the grass because they're kind of the same thing anyway, especially if you don't go outside, they're practically the same thing to you. So we can group them to a degree, except for like the shadows. There's still some difference between, believe it or not, there's difference between trees and grass. Like even beyond biology, it's more like the shapes are different, right? Something is like really tall, and then there's like really hard shadows because leaves or trees are like more bulky, and then grass is like there's not so much bulk, so the light passes through. There's no hard shadows unless something is casting shadow on it. So we can group it, but not entirely. So we can start with that, and by saying the right side of the tree is darker than the lighter than the left side of the trees, or the trees on the left, it shows us which direction the light is coming from. And that's going to be important for our cast shadows. That's what's interesting. So the correction here was something like this. Let's group, obviously you're seeing the end. Let's group the the trees, most of the trees, to the shadow, the light of the, or the lightness of the grass. And we also want to bring it brighter because we're trying to get this lighting, but with the silhouette of Freerun. So the lighting in Freerun is to show the glow of the magic, right? So everything else is darkened. But in here, she's not. She's just scouting. She's not casting anything. So we will mainly take the lighting for the background. So something like this would make sense. Something a little brighter, less contrasty. We can talk about the contrast within the trees for ambient occlusion and other stuff later, and for distancing. But this is how I would break it down, and this will read. Actually, this is how I broke it down, right? But I moved it and I changed this to the shadow color or value because it reads better. Like it's easier to read. Maybe we don't need that much detail in the silhouette. And also we were talking about some anatomical issues, right? So this is like we're copying this, like almost trying to do one to one, but this is just a silhouette of multiple different forms. But if we can read forms well, if we can read lightings well, and predict what three-dimensional form is doing. Like this hair is going towards back, right? And then there's like cloth, like the cape, not the cape, like the jacket that she has. Is it a jacket, hood, whatever? Half jacket. Anyway, um, that is like a certain way, and it's just that, right? So we're putting more information in the silhouette because it's a setting where the light would be seen on Friedrin's like silhouette. It's not a perfectly black silhouette. So and then we want to focus on the flow because it's important, right? The silhouette is important because it's the only subject in the thing, in the scene. So we can't be too careless about the shapes. So flowiness, not the like the jitter, is going to be a problem. Which like we treated this like circular form to be like very clean, so we kind of have to do the same here. It's one thing if you keep everything rough, but it's another when there's like a mismatch of contrast or shape, mismatch of shapes. So yeah, that's just a bit of fixes. I didn't go over everything, but uh, this is how we consider like, okay, how do we take two things and then grab something about one ref and then another thing about another ref and then put it together in our in a creative manner. So free run off center is bugging me. Well, it's off center. I also asked this question. I'm like, okay, do you care if it's off center? Like, is there a reason why it's off center? Because maybe because if I were doing like light here, I might want it towards the light so that it's well separated. But then I can also move the trees more to the left, right? So really, there might not be a good reason for it to be off center other than carelessness, but there also could be a reason to off center it to the left so that the weight of the staff and the silhouette would balance a little bit more. So something like I think that's kind of balanced. Yeah, I described varieties in this like adjustment for balance. There's several varieties we can test out, but um, this is just one of them. And now we have to deal with like, okay, the silhouette is not as clear. Does that matter to us? Here, I don't think it matters too much. I like the fact that this is kind of in here. Clean this up. It's kind of in here. And then after this, we can say, okay, I want more details. Let's add another layer of values, just like the blacks here, the like low values. Let's clean this up a little bit. And we can do it step by step. Not that it's the only way to do things, but doing it step by step, I can choose where I want my contrast to be, where I want the details, the low contrast details to be. So like, let's make it lower. To that. So that's cool. And then we can use that to say, okay, let's get more separation here. Without destroying the value structure we set up in the thumbnail, right? And then, I can discuss and go on and on about how this kind of layout shows good distance versus something like this where we can't see the range. It's kind of flat. We can't see like the distance between the trees. This looks like it's kind of close, right? But maybe this looks a little bit further. I can add more to make it even further, like more range. But yeah, just a brief over what happened here. So any of you guys have questions, I'll try to answer, but I will keep going with this because and I'm not going through every layer that I've done because it'll take too long, right? So kind of where the sketch originated. I was showing the difference between how to cut different shapes. Hey, what the heck? Let's do. Yeah, this is great. I like this one so much. Okay, so mm, that one I already talked about. We can kind of talk about this one where some of the like I asked about like what's interesting about the flow, right? Or what's interesting about the picture. It's the flow and the posture, like the body, um, and like the proportions. But then sometimes we make these choices that we don't think about, like the blurriness of the wheat that's in front of the silhouette. Like we're blocking the silhouette, we're creating these like tangents. So these things we do have to think about, us especially when something is like this big and blocking like the main focal point, like one of the main focal points. Like the hand might be interesting because like holding cloth and stuff. So it might be good to show the hand to direct the flow, like to see how she's holding it, and also see like why is the cloth flowing a certain way, how are we exerting force onto the cloth. So I don't think I made, yeah, I did make an adjustment. So something like this might be a little bit more interesting. I would actually open it up a little more. I just didn't spend a lot of time explaining just to get the point across. But compositionally, this might be a good choice to make. So that we show, actually, this is still like a little bit tight. So I would make it more open here so we can show off the some of the interesting anatomies and interesting points of the drawing, right? I don't think I did too much that I haven't talked about. So here I showed like the problem here was separation. So honestly, this was a more simple one because the only thing missing is ambient occlusion. So if you have ambient occlusion, it's just like easy separation. But a lot of it is like, okay, does ambient occlusion even fit here? Like, is it going to destroy our style? Answer here is probably not. But I still have to ask. It's more like, do we think about this? Is it a choice to not include it, right? So if it's not, and it's like a simple, not trick, it's more like an element of lighting that we just didn't include. So that's a pretty simple fix. Stuff like the vase is a bit tougher, like the way we cut shapes. Like this is how I originated to say, okay, like the way we cut shapes results like simple two brush strokes results in a very different painting. So that's said and done. And then I show the renders, and then the difference in rendering shapes. So some of these shapes are too like evenly rounded, so there's maybe opportunity for more rhythm and more information to be squeezed into the silhouettes. Uh, I didn't. Did I not talk about this one? Pretty sure I did, but maybe I erased the. Did I actually? I don't really want to repeat this, but it's like something about the shininess, something about the where do we want to focus, the crunchiness, why do we want to focus on that? Same questions, right? Different pictures. But I think repeating these concepts are important. Most people, I think, would find cans uninteresting. So I will leave that to torture the mentorship students with. I mean, use this example for the mentorship students. How to get more accurate shapes? Charles Bark. It's a simple one. Charles Bark is a solution to all your problems. Maybe not all your problems. Like I don't think Charles Bark will help you do all your taxes. Maybe Schedule C if you run a corporation. Ooh, so this one is more like how do we match the style of the shapes? I didn't do too much of a complete uh, thing. This is not even related, but uh, yeah, I don't remember what went on here, but I swear it made sense. Yeah, I think I did the demo and I erased it. I erased the layers where I did the examples. I was talking about like shape, the the point of making certain shapes, like consistency of these marks. What the heck? Where did it go? I swear to God, it was there. Hmm? Oh, huh? Oh, there we go. Okay. Right. So we have these stray marks. It has no consistency. Showing these pictures because this is what they picked. I'm like, okay, there's textures, but there's consistency application. There's textures for clouds, there's textures and shapes for hair, and there's shapes for leaves are far away, leaves are close. If we can pattern certain shapes, then we can say, okay, why do we use them? And maybe to show the cross contour for the arm, to show that the roughness of the shadow, to separate the shadow with the silhouette of the person, to make it clearer. And then we can have a consistent application to all the cylinders, all the cylinder areas, so that it looks like a uniform application of style, right? Something like more uniform application of style. So, that's just like we're getting started with something, and we can push this concept further as they progress through the weeks. Is it really bad to use the eyedropper too much? If you're eyedropping your own colors, that's good. Oh, that's okay, because eyedropping your own colors is like kind of like having a color palette that you already mixed the colors, and you're like, I need to use that color again, like oil painting. If you're color picking the reference, really bad, really bad, especially in digital. Actually, mostly in digital, you can do kind of a color picking thing in traditional where you just like paint over the reference and then wipe it off. But and I don't think that's that bad. Whereas digital color picking is bad because some of these colors are because of like texture. So there's like a bunch of different colors in there, and it adds up to visually a different color, like statistically. So red might not just be red; it might have a lot of different stuff in there. And then if you just color pick that area, thinking, okay, that's gonna give me red, it's like not the right type of red. It's not just one color; it's a combination of colors. So. Uh, 8 for 100. Let's see. Okay, I think yeah, really getting lost in the layers, like too many layers. But uh, we can show something like so I'll show how important shapes is because shapes can make a pretty big difference between something that's uh, mm, like stylized versus like consistently versus something that's not stylized consistently. So I think it was this one. So what I got was this, right? So it doesn't look bad. Like yes, there's some issues with maybe anatomy and proportions, but the style is there. There's consistency in like application of like terminators and shadows, and there's like clear definition of like, okay, I want purple here because I want this to be sharper. But why are we applying purple here but nowhere else like similar? Like we can kind of make that consistent, and we can focus on the anatomy proportions instead of the details of outlines. So the outlines is yeah important, but I think getting the right shapes for these features are more important. So just changing, you see, not a lot has changed. I actually flattened out the face. The question was, how can I make the face three-dimensional? And then my answer was, you don't need to make it three-dimensional. You don't need the form here. It's front light. So sometimes you have to understand that not all fundamentals is necessary for all types of art. Like here, what we need is consistency and shape language. So like consistency of application of shapes. And we can push that even more if I save the thing, right? If I saved it, I didn't save it, but that's okay. Anyway, The application of form is not always necessary. Is my point. So you have to understand what to simplify to make it look presentable instead of just like, okay, I know form is important, so I must put it everywhere. It's not true all the time. So I am not doing mentorship. This is more like a run through, like a quick run through for what the mentorship is like. So this is approximately like the mentorship, except you're missing the part where you give me your stuff and I critique it, which I will not do for everybody because I would be here all month for one stream. So each of these each of these pieces takes me like 20 minutes, 10 minutes to critique, and then I have to explain through the concept a little bit and give examples. So if I have to explain the concept through an entire piece, it might take like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And if there's like, I don't know, 20 of you here that wants to do that, I will be here for 14 hours. That's not ideal. From practice using like simple shapes. Thank you, Shinobi Ninja Gaming Legend 3578. Yeah. Yes, I got that in first try. So I'm not dyslexic. I swear I'm not dyslexic. And that's the ego speaking. That's why I'm getting 2 stars on Yelp. I think that's the problem. Am I doing any mentorships from chat? Oh wait, I already answered that. I'm not coping. What are you talking about? But you can keep coping. I'll be here whenever you're ready to learn. So for reference, Raishin in the chat is a student of mine who's the lock-in status of whose is in superposition. Sometimes they're locked in, sometimes they're not locked in. And then whenever they're not locked in and wonder why they're not improving, I have to remind them that locking in is probably crucial to improvements. So do you think it's better to try and get the darkest and lightest value on the canvas first, or do you think it's better to gradually build it up? Depends on the reference. Yeah, no easy answer to that. I think it's good to start with the darkest and lightest. At least personally, I think that's a common method I would do. But even that is it's not the. So let me show you a counter example to that. So something like this, I will not start with the darkest and the lightest. I didn't put the darkest value until the very end. So I know it's gonna be there, but I don't need it to build the nostalgia part. It's not crucial to the nostalgia part, and the nostalgia is more difficult for me to handle than the focal point. So I know I can just add it later. I don't need it to distract me from the painting. So again, depends. But for something like this, yes, darkest and the lightest value first, because the dark and light separation and the contrast is the main point. Is Charles Barks supposed to be 2 values on it or everything? I think there's a step where it's like 2 values, and then you slowly introduce more values to it. I don't remember the last time I read it, but something like that. Instigating for some reason. Yeah, I mean, if Shin wants to get wrecked, I guess. My students sometimes give me flack for being old and them not improving because they doom scroll in class, believe it or not. Like they just straight up TikTok videos and start up project sekai sometimes, and I will allow it, but only sometimes. Like you can take breaks. It's not like you can't take breaks, even if it's just a 2 hour class. But I don't recommend it, and it's just gonna slow down your process. Now, if they're willing to pay the price of slowing down that process. Because I tell them very clearly, I'm like, you don't lock in, you're gonna improve slower. If you're okay with that and you want to play Project Sekai in class, that's up to you. Like a freedom, right? America. Now, when you're ready to learn, I can teach you concepts. But when you're not ready to learn, you're like, okay, like I just need that hit of dopamine from pulling on Project Sekai. Like, give me that 4 star whatever. And you don't do that, you can't draw, then yeah, I can't stop you, right? Uh, what am I gonna do? Like tie your hand, like tape the pen to your hand and make you move it? No. When will I get better? At what? I don't know. Like depends on how you learn. It depends on what you want. I also like an answer to that question for myself. Do you think it's better to try and get the dark? Oh wait, I already answered that. Message retracted. Okay, but excluding that bow and horn, what you will start with the lowest and highest value. Oh, good question. Yeah, kind of. So sometimes I like to build from the midtone. The reason why I would build from the midtone, right? A good reason is I get a feel of what the tone of like how bright the painting I want to be, and then I go from there to say, okay, how much contrast do I want to introduce? Now, if I start from the contrast, then I have less control over the tone of the entire painting. So you see how there's different advantages. It's carried a lot by the colors, so probably not. What? I don't know which one you're talking about, but more impressionism, yeah, I guess. Are those online classes or in person? So some classes are in person, but some classes are online. So the online students are more serious because they have to pay for it, whereas the in-person classes mostly are smaller kids that are there because it's like more of a force of habit, or they are from the previous teacher, which I took over the workshop from, and they just like going there and learning art and getting exposed for the media. So they want to try oil, they want to try acrylic, and I have everything they can try, and it's a nice environment to try those things without the commitment of like having your own oil set or thinking about like, okay, I have to research what I need to buy. So fire teaching, you either log in or stay bad. Yeah, I mean, okay, staying bad is not the right term. So I acknowledge that some people paint for fun and it's perfectly valid. So if you want to paint for fun because oil painting is fun, like you just want to hold a brush and get the texture and stuff, that's fine. Like it's okay. But it won't help you improve technical skills. It might help you with handling oil paint better if you spend time just playing with oil paint. But it won't help you paint shapes better. It won't help you paint form, lighting better. It won't help you paint material better or subject anatomy. Those things are need to be separated and studied individually for you to practice. And whether or not you have to practice those things depends on you and what your goals are. So some people are just like they don't care about that. They're like, oh, I just like colors, yeah, and that's fine. I'll be like, okay, here's how you mix the brightest colors. Here's how you get like high contrast colors, right? And that's what they want. Not they're not trying to do concept art. They're not trying to do like character design. They just want to draw some like neon vases because it's cool and that's good. But you have to kind of ask. I ask students like, is that what you want? Do you just want the neonest vase? That's not a word, but the brightest, the most radioactive neon vase, and you want to know how to mix those colors and how to exaggerate them, or you just want to try mixing like like cool rare colors together. Yeah, that's cool too. But if that's not your goal and you keep doom scrolling in class while I'm talking about concepts, then you won't improve, and that's on you. So how to choose midtones to make smoother shadows? Choose midtone that is in the middle of the two values you're trying to transition. I that question is a bit vague. When practicing or studying other artists, should I set time to limit per piece? The short answer is no. The long answer is really long. Are you still working now full time while doing this? Well, no, not anymore. So I now work full time as an artist. I teach maybe 16 mentorship students, which is 9 classes, and then I teach 5 more classes in person, which is let's say 2 hours each, and then 2 hours each per class in the mentorship. So that's 9 plus 5, 14, 30, 30, maybe around 30 hours plus travel time. And then I draw on my own. So it's like another maybe like 20 hours. So 50-hour work week. It's kind of, I guess it's full time. So yeah. Was when will my motor skill catch up to my eyes? Because I can see what I do wrong even in the moment, but I can never fix it. Oh, well, you can fix the root problem by finding what the root problem is. Have you ever like asked, okay, what is the problem for a specific painting? Like, what is really the problem? Is it, can you definitively say, oh, okay, it's because my proportion for the nose is always wrong. Stuff like that. You have to be very specific. If only all that doom scrolling energy went into lock-in. It's okay. It's okay because whenever they don't lock in, I have this special skill that I can absorb their locking credits, and I just use it on my own. So whenever they're not focused, they donate those mental credits to me, and I use it for them. So it's not wasted. Don't worry about it. It's a like a class skill. Yeah. Have you considered painting in virtual reality before? I did it when I first got VR, and it's fun, but it's not what I like about painting, so I didn't keep doing it. That's not. It's fun in a way, but not the same type of fun as painting. So I think it's hard to accept that you need to study a concept separately to understand. Yeah, yeah, sometimes. In fact, sometimes you think you separated a concept, but you didn't separate it clearly enough. So, and I make the same mistake all the time. It's like I think I'm separating it enough, and then it only takes me like another year to realize that okay, what I did back then was not a clear enough approach to the problem. In fact, I was asking the wrong questions, and it took me a year to get back to the right questions. And it's a slow process. So I'll take that where they're talking about midtones. Basically, they said choose midtones that are either dark or light and not in the middle, which burr separation. Okay, so I talked about this, right? I don't know if you I don't know if you're interpreting the TikTok video badly or if the TikTok video itself is just too concatenated. It's too short. It doesn't explain the full reasoning. So when we have something like this, right, we have a lot of value in the high range and very little value in the low range. So we have good transitions in the high range, but the low range, it's either black or it's everything else. So it's not bad, right? It's just what requirement I have. So I need more ranges in the more values in the high range. So I keep it there because more complicated reasons, but I don't want to really go through all the reasons. So I'll show you an example of like, actually I showed this example before where it's like, I can find it. Oh man, I don't know if I can find it. Wait. It's in one of the layers. I know it's in one of the layers, but I just don't know which layer. Norwood? Was it you? Yeah, it was. Okay, so this is a high key painting, and the reference is somewhere. I know it's somewhere, but yeah, there we go. So the natural split here is like most people will probably think, okay, I need 2 values. Like if I can only use 3 values, I have 2 values on the top and then 1 value for the black. So I want to make the black 1 value. So I would pick white and light gray to show the transitions between cloth, which is a good choice. So where we want resolution, we want more values, but it doesn't mean it's not like it's not valid if I just pick two dark values to show the darks because it's like more subtle, and I rather have a clear transition in the darks where it's like very hard to see versus light where I can like use like suggestive uh shapes to get the right the breakdown for the form, and then I'll have clear rendering in the dark areas. So the way you render depends on the value that you pick. It's not like one is better than the other. I keep saying that it's not like one is better than the other because all these like tips and tricks you see on TikTok and YouTube, like oh it's better to have three values and keep the middle value closer to the light or the dark. Well, not always. So depends on the reference, depends on what you need. So it also depends on the reference split. If the reference is split a certain way and you decide to change it, then you have to see like what effects does it make when you change it. So that's the root problem. I don't seal locking credits. I only pick up what is dropped. So it is bind on pickup, so I can give it back. And but you know you can scroll a bit and you can use the rest. But once the time passes, right? It's either I use it or we all lose it. So I'm I'm doing you a favor. How long did it take for you to get good at digital painting, please, or drawing, please? Mm, I don't know. Still trying to get good. I'll get back to you when I get there, wherever that is. I'm good technically, right? Like some technical aspects I'm good, like say control of form. As I think I have that down pretty solid. That fundamental is solid. Now, good digital drawing or making art, like is it good? Sometimes but it's not consistently good. So I can kind of direct myself to decent paintings, but I feel like still a lot of room to improve. Do you lower opacity for midtones? What? What do you mean? Do you do art reviews? I do reviews for my mentorship students and my real life students. I just simply don't have time to do reviews outside of that. Uh, yeah, sure. I like money, and but it's not like oh I won't do reviews unless I get paid. It's more like I'm limiting myself to the times that I get paid to do reviews because then otherwise it would be unfair to the people who actually pay. Same result but different reasoning. So, uh, do you find teaching more fulfilling than selling commissions? Yes. Yes, that's a almost always yes. Now, if we're talking about 5-year-olds, then maybe no. Uh, but if we're talking about mentorship, then definitely yes. Because teaching 5-year-olds usually it's not about teaching art, it's about making sure that they don't hurt themselves running around with the paintbrush or eat paint off the floor. Like not even joking. And that's natural. Like they look at pink paint, it's like, oh, strawberry, must eat it. I don't care if it's cadmium and it's radioactive. Well, it's not radioactive, it's just a little bit radioactive, right? So the linseed oil in the paint is more of a problem than the cadmium, I think, because we can't digest linseed oil, but that's for another time. Where like app do you mentor and how much? 1 bazillion dollars. No, so I mentor on Discord just because it's easy for me to stream on Discord. And the price right now is $900 for 10 weeks of mentorship, 1.5 hour each. So you're doing 15 hours for $900, which is $60 per hour. Sounds high, but for some people it's worth it because it could save them a couple months, maybe a year, or maybe a little bit more on certain concepts. So maybe the concept will come naturally, but if I point it out, then they skip that. It's like skip that discovery like delay, and depends on your what you need. So some people might not find that useful because they're like, I want to do my own discovery. Like, I don't want people to explain it to me. I'm kind of like that slowly, like slightly. But I think most people taking my mentorship would find values in the mentorship. So how are you supposed to have purposeful brushstroke if you don't yet know how the drawing looks entirely or even partially in your head? So I've been talking about this for the past 2 hours, right? We do silhouettes, or not silhouettes. First we do silhouettes, then we mm, we do distillation studies. Let's make it more generalized. Distillation studies helps us with composition and also like where do we want to focus, how do we want the painting to look. So you can see these two paintings, or the distillation is very has a high resemblance to how I painted it because I'm using this as a guide. This is low cost way of discovering how your painting is supposed to look like, and the brushstroke is used to lost for words. The brushstroke I choose, and the texture and the brushstroke I choose to frame the interesting part I find in the distillation. So this is more like note taking and discovery stage of the painting. Now you can put it in the same step if you get used to it, but it's good practice to sometimes, at least sometimes, separate it. You isolate the problem. So this is rendering, right? This is isolating the compositional components, and then once you isolate it, then I know where the rendering goes. So and then if I don't like the components of the composition, I would mess with it, maybe make different versions of it, maybe do simpler versions of it, like two value studies, stuff like that. What's your next question? How do you keep the form? How do you keep the form? What do you get? What do you do to get the form? What? What do you mean? I missed that question, but what does that mean? How do you get the form? Like the silhouette, like the three-dimensional form, like which one? Can we go over what we just saw? Well, you can scroll back, right? I think you can scroll back towards the for the video, like just watch the last 2 hours in 10x speed. Well, 2x is max, I think, but helped with an art tip whip. I've been stuck for a week or so now. Okay, well, nice. Glad that helps. Uh, do you guys want the stream to stay on as VOD? I can make it stream stay on as VOD and people can watch it. But this is more like an introduction to how mentorship is done and why mentorship is done, and so I can extract more money from the masses and pay my bills. No, it's more like I'm interested in sharing this because I think most people have a lot of people have a weird concept of a mentorship because they've never taken one. They're like, I don't know what a concept or what a mentorship is like. I've taken an art class, so maybe it's just like a one-on-one art class. It is, but the way it's taught is different because we're now not following a playbook. More like you design the playbook, and I figure whether or not it's helpful for you based on where you're at and where you're trying to go to. Big money. Yeah, I wish it was big money. Art is a very tough field. There's a lot of teachers out there. There's a lot of art classes out there that you can take, whether online or offline. And you know, it's just hard to make a living. I'll just put it that way. So for me, it's like I try to not focus on the money too much because I do like teaching the mentorship stuff. I do like painting a lot, but the prerequisite is kind of I can only paint if I'm biologically alive. So unfortunately, I do have to consider that a little bit, and I already don't consider it enough, and I'll keep it that way because I hate it, hate the marketing aspect of it. Forms like shape, but looking at the posterized image, it helps. Posterized image. I talk about why it is bad to do posterized image all the time. It's kind of a crutch, but it's not a very good crutch. And I literally just answered this to another mentorship student. Why is this bad? Just know that posterized image, because it's computer it's decided by the computer whether it's a dark value or a light value. It has no decision making. It's just simplification, but it has no decision. Like what is important and what isn't. So when we posterize, let me show you right now why posterize is not as good as an artist doing it. And I haven't done this on this reference, but it will work on every single reference if you understand the concept or the importance of clean and purposeful extraction. So let's try to posterize this. Oh my God, please. Okay, there we go. Let's posterize this. So first we would do hue saturation. Let's drop it to 0. And then let's try posterize straight up. 2 levels. Let's do 3 levels. Do you see how it's not clear? In certain areas, it is more accurate because it's from a photo, but it has a totally different mood from how I extracted it. Because the extraction I did has certain bias, and the bias depends on my preference and the preference of the student, right? Posterize will not solve your problem. Even if so let me show a clear, like maybe a more fair comparison. So I will even do the level level adjustment to show this part more. So hopefully it'll pick up the extraction for the face a bit better. So this is probably the best I can do for posterization. I can almost guarantee that it's not going to be that great. Very different lighting information. We don't have that clear separation. We have overexposure, right? So in order for me to pick up these values here, like these values here, I need to raise it so much it overexposes the other side. Now you can do some photo editing, but now you're doing like extraction with extra steps, like 15 extra steps. You see how this is too sharp? I want the low contrast, but because of the way it's separating, it's doing like an average, like a visual average of what the value should be separated in the most accurate possible. Accurate as in it's trying to be accurate over the entire image with no bias, but we have bias for preferences. We have I like the face, I like the low contrast. Like the moment you say, okay, I like something, there's already a bias, right? So building taste is very important. That's why I say technical like fundamentals, that's secondary. Build the taste first, and then you can decide what technical aspects you wanna extend to show the preference. This is an example, like a perfect example of that. Like no matter how good the machine is, it will not beat like a consistent application of stylization and simplification. So distillation is irreplaceable. You cannot replace it with a machine. It's the same argument why AI sucks. It's not because it can't crunch out like pretty faces. It can. It's really good at that because it's copying stuff, right? It's just taking photos and doing like a kind of a collage. It's not exactly a collage, but it sucks because it doesn't do preferences. It's kind of like this, but it's a more complex version of this. It has no personality, so it cannot do preferences. Whatever it splits out, it's just a more complex issue of this, where it's like, okay, it's accurate, or it has detail, it has rendering, but it has no wants, it has no likes. So when you do a study for an AI thing, like you're kind of leaving it up to chance. Right, so it's even if I were to go from this, let's say I extract it from this, and I'm like, okay, let me just go from this and clean it up. Let's take the idea all the way to the end. So even if I were to just clean it up, I use these values. I'm like, okay, let's get this clean up. It'll get good if I just clean the shape up from here. It won't, no matter how good I am at cleaning up this. If I do not make my own choices. So if you draw from this crutch, this, like I said, not very good of a crutch, if I draw from this, even if I simplify it, I'm pretty good at simplifying. I'm trying to work within the limitation of the posterization, so I'm not going to make any choices as an artist, because once you rely on this, you're not making choices. So not as many. So right now, all you would be studying, if you rely on posterization, all you would be studying is Charles Bark. You're just basically copying, right? And you're copying in a simplified form without thinking about why you're copying something. That's not very good. So this is as good as I can simplify it within the constraint of posterize. I want to clean up all the like stray noise pixels. It does get a little bit more detail, like the jewel is in there, but is that important? Is that what makes, is that the deciding factor? So there are things like, okay, the proportions are like perfect because it's the just like a simplified photo, right? But see how like the light is blown out. And that's even say you get super creative. You're like, okay, well, you're stupid because you can just change the midtone value to get the right colors. Like let's get that darker. Think that's gonna help. Let's see. Let's change this part. Yeah. Close. It's getting closer, but I'm making some decisions already. But what the heck is this? Right? Like, oh, I already closed this part, but it was there. Like this. Okay, we can get rid of this. This is easy. But what do you do here? What do you do here? Like you would be lost. It's and then this is very messy, and you might decide to keep those because hairstyle, right? But we can describe messy in other ways that still makes it readable as a like a thumbnail. Yeah. Yeah, it rounds up and down, but it rounds up and down without aesthetic bias. It has just, it looks at values. That's it. Not a great way to do extractions. So when I say extractions, right? When I say distillations, what I aim for and what I have the students aim for is not perfect accuracy. I don't care if you split it and it's like you're not taking in consideration like the global average, and you know you're placing things in the wrong category. Like sometimes it matters, but it's not the only deciding factor whether something needs to be dark or bright. How long have you been consistently practicing art? Let's say the final stretch until now is maybe like 6 years, 6 or 7 years. Yeah. But I've been drawing for like 17 years. I took some breaks, short breaks in between, and I wasn't I wasn't as focused. Colossal course isn't personalized, and so while my fundamental will be part, depending on the student's basis, the mentorship would tackle more unique issues. Yes, that is true, but I try to make the colossal course try to like address these more general concepts, like maybe in a like truly in a concept format instead of, oh, here's the technical skills you need and then be on your way, right? So I obviously there's a limitation to how much I can talk about in the colossal course to tackle each person's individual needs, but and the mentorship is a little different. It's for different people at different stages. So colossal might be more accessible for someone who's like new and they're not really invested into the whole art as a hobby. They're like, oh, I just want to draw for fun, right? Just for the vibes. And it's a low barrier to entry to have the instructions on Colosso and kind of get a feel of what thinking about art is like. But you don't really want mentorship that early because your taste's not formed yet. If you have someone else just like drive the wheel, like drive the car for you, then it's not helpful. It might not be harmful, but it's not helpful. So yeah, I mean, it looks aesthetic, more aesthetic because I'm making choices. I'm making these cuts and choices, but without it, like with the original posterization, right? It's like unusable. I cannot paint with this. It's like you can paint with this, but you have to make a lot of adjustments to contrast. So it's not useful as an extraction. You might as well just look at the photo. As a beginner, I took wait I took art class in my last spring semester. I don't really know how to keep improving after. So you have to clearly define what improvements you're looking for and what improvements matter to you. You can't just like, okay, I need to keep improving. Like improving what? Like composition, lighting. You want more creative use of colors. There's a ton of different things you can do. It's like uh, it's kind of like use driving as an example because driving is like something most people know and has some technical skill and maybe even artistic skill. So driving is like, okay, if you are a random person, I don't know what car you drive, I don't know how you drive, I don't know how old you are, and you're just coming to me like, oh, I wish I was a better driver. Like what, better driver because you keep getting into accidents, or better driver because you're trying to race, like, or you're a drifter, like you just want to drift better, or you're a rally racer, you want to react to situations better, like for a rally racer, you might train reaction speeds and like different gravel conditions or weather conditions. For F1 racers, you might want to train like physical, like the neck, and train how much money you have in your pocket. So that's more important than, other things. And then for if you're just a normal driver, you're like, I want to drive better because I keep getting into accidents. Like, I don't know, check your blind spot. It's like different, different goals. So different ways to tackle it. In your view, who is your favorite artist that does environment? Wow. Okay. Okay. That's a interesting question. So there is a pretty unknown one. I mean, obviously there's Craig Moons, but that one's not like environment focus all the time. Like scene focus, but not environment. Where's the one that I want? Ming Xuan Lee is pretty good with environments. I really like it, but it's not a style that I would incorporate a lot in my stuff. So like I think it's really nice, right? So really nice, but it's like a bit stylized. So I'm not sure if it's something I would study to bring too much into my own style. I'll bring a lot, but not too much. Very clear shapes, very clear shape language for like complex compositions. I really like that. Good balance, like clear subjects. I like the cute type characters and cats. Lots of cats, and Yeah. Yeah, let me look at this first. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Okay. There's this one, right? And then there's uh ooh, not that one. Uh, not that one, not because they're bad, but because they don't do environments much. Zell is very nice environments, but character focus, right? So the environment's not like the main focus. They're like pure environment artists, but I really like the scene. Good control over textures, very good perspective, a very believable setting, lighting, like atmospheric lighting. Those are all important parts of the environment. This is a VizDev, I think, and no, wait, wrong one. Yeah, the other one, the Mao Jing Li. Oh, changed name. Okay. This one is pretty cool. You guys see this, right? I'm not like looking at the stream chat. Okay, yeah. Okay. This one, more VizDev concept, really cool environments. Not my style, in terms of like what I want to paint in environments, because I paint more like, I'm not really a big environmental artist. Like I'm not, that's my focus. But let me pick one here. This is uh, a direction that I like, but it's like very different, right? So I like this like more impressionistic, fluffy feeling, whereas this one, because I like the atmosphere, whereas this one's more like detail oriented, like still atmosphere, but more like control over like sharp contrast, like very sharp contrast. So that one's cool. I like Noah Riley is pretty cool, and it's not like varied, a lot of rocks. So if I want more rocks, I would come here, right? Like good form on rocks and good separation on colors, like blue tones over like this grayish, more warmer tone. Photographer Kun is not really environmental. Uh, Kanu doesn't do too much environmental. It's more like scenes where it has environmental stuff in it. Uh, what the heck? That's awesome. Where did it go? There's one more that I like. Oh, I have to, every time I see it, I have to go into this. Nice, nice. That's what I'm talking about. Wait, hold on. This is important. Okay, I've seen this one. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Okay. Okay, anyway, let's go back to this. Um, wait, what is this again? Changed names. Oh, so the weird one. Okay. High textured. Uh, is it? Where is it? Oh, very stylized. Not again, not a style I would personally paint in, but like too often. But really like the use of texture and use of texture. Yeah, uh, like small shapes and texture. Really nice. Who are you? Oh, the dark one, the really dark one. Yeah, this is not really environment, but I like how the subject is framed. Um, okay. Not environment also, but the scenes are nice. Who is this? Okay. I did this style, but this is close to environment that I like a soft, but I feel like there's not enough contrast for the most part. Like it's a bit too mellow. Yeah. Ying's environment. What do you mean? Oh, Ying's environment. Ying. Okay. Let's see. I haven't seen her recent stuff, and I know she did a bit of like environment with scenes in it, but I see. don't have to. You have to send me a. Let me do the link. I don't want this to turn into like a review thing. What the heck? Let's see this. Lending. So again, a lot of this is like influenced by the artist that she likes. Sometimes like I can see it like oh, Leviathan, right? Like these shots are like kind of like Leviathan, but that's not a style personally I would paint with, just because Leviathan focuses a lot on details and I focus more on like atmosphere. So yeah, that's but Ying's kind of an interesting case. She's like more of an intuitive painter learner. I cannot teach this. Uh, so some people I refuse to do mentorship with, not because they're not good, but because the mode that they learn in is not something I can teach. So this needs more like impact type uh, directions. Sometimes I think I used to give more like critiques for her because she asks me, and I try my best to keep it as uh, mm, not vague, but subjective, subjective towards what she likes better, uh, or more closely. And I try my best to guess, but sometimes I just like cannot communicate with whatever she's operating under, like the logic she's operating under. It's just it's beyond my understanding. Sometimes like washing orange chicken, it's because it's too spicy. Um, it's hard to explain. Yeah, hard to for me to grasp. So if I can't understand it, it's hard for me to teach or stuff or explain certain aspects. Where do you look to? Wait, hold on. Let me. Oh, I wasn't reading as much. F1 mentioned I'm a drifter. I want to paint better. What should I do? Cant your wheels more. If you're a drifter, cant your wheels more. That will make you paint better. Yeah. If you're not doing like 22-degree, what are you even doing? And run the thinnest height as possible because you have too much money. Drifting is so expensive. I considered doing it before, but I'm like, I don't have to. I don't have the money for like realignment every other week. So and having separate rims. Having trouble deciding what to draw these days. I used to draw characters I liked and try to study image that seems cool, but the latter seems to be have been more difficult to find now. Any advice? So you're kind of running out of references. Now you have to kind of talk to yourself about what do you even like about these references and extract those interesting parts. I've showed an example of that, but if you scroll to earlier versions, earlier parts of the stream, you will see where I answered that a little bit. Why I draw Ganyu so often? Because she's the best. What kind of question is that? No, I was just about to say to look at his environment. I don't know which one. I don't know who you're talking about, but yeah, I looked at his whoever he is. But these are the ones I like off the top of my head. Streamer, if you streamer, if you read chats, but I'm somewhat of a decent artist and I have a hard time finishing anything at all because it always feels like it's never good enough and it's never at that quality. Okay, what quality? Like we have to discuss like what is good enough. I keep repeating. So whoever is here for the entire duration, you see how many times I repeat like the same, mm, like the same pattern. Some people ask questions like, "How do I get better?" I'm like, "Okay, what is better, and why do you want to get there? Like, is that Is it composition? Why do you want better composition? Why do you think your composition is bad right now? Or why do you think you're under rendering right now? And then once you can answer those questions and give examples, then we can say, okay, this is how you improve, and what do you have to do? And you can ask yourself those questions. You don't need me to ask them for you. But if you just think a little bit about like, what am I really asking? And then you might be able to solve those problems easier. Or at least have like a path to it. I'm a little bit stuck and I don't know how to move forward from here. Well, that's just an extension of the question, yeah. Sometimes you have to find your own way. But then you can have people to guide you once you have the location. Is like traveling is a good, like driving to a place. Like I'm gonna use driving as an example a lot because easy analogies. I want to get to a place. Let's say you're asking, how do I get there? What you're asking is similar to like someone coming to me like, how do I get there? Like I have a car. How do I get there? Okay, like where are you trying to get to? So let's say if you're like, oh, how do I get to Japan? Like, okay, where are you right now? Can you get to Japan on a car? No. Or like, how do I get to Oklahoma? Are you in the United States right now? How far is it? What kind of car is it? Like, how much gas does it have? And then once we answer those questions, we can say, okay, like your tires are shot. You need new tires, and then you need to get so much gas and have so much money so that you can drive from Cali to Oklahoma. And you'll run into these issues, and how do we how do people navigate them when they're taking the same path as you? We have historical data, and I can recommend things, or people can recommend things. You can recommend yourself things. So if you know where you're coming from, where you're going, and how you're going to get there, like what vehicles you have, like what skill sets you have right now, then you can say, what skill sets do I need? If my car only has 3 wheels, maybe you can get to Walmart down the street, but you cannot get to Oklahoma. So, and then if you have really, really good wheels, but maybe you don't have ACS in the summer, then, you know, don't improve your wheels more. Like look for other things to improve for you to safely get there. So, or efficiently get there. Draw Emma from Veil Manhwa. I don't know what that is. I don't know who that is. Oh man, the question just skipped a bunch. Okay. You're gonna if you don't bench press at exactly this location, you're gonna injure yourself. Yeah. Corolla drift. Go. Yeah. Corolla drift. I haven't drifted it yet because that thing has so much traction. Cannot drift it. I've turned it as hard as I can. Kingjang-gi quality. That's where I want to get. Quality, like line quality, or quality of visual library? Because if it's visual library, then study a lot of references, memorize them, know how to do form very accurately, know how to do contours very good, know how to do silhouettes very well. And then the rest is like, how much detail can you cram into your head? And can you recite them by heart? By pen. Yeah. I think my art sucks because I suck at knowledge. Knowledge. Well, yeah, it could be a lack of library, like visual library, but you can. Okay, so focus on things I'm interested in. So let's say if I'm interested in F1 and I want to draw F1 related things, okay, just look at parts, look at like a breakdown exploded view of an F1 car, look at the tracks, look at the people, the outfits that they wear, the helmet, the like the fire extinguishers they use when the rich guys crash their car onto the track. Look at the seats, the stadium, the way the fence is done, and then memorize all that, and then you can draw it by heart. That's kind of what King Jong-gi is doing. He's good at memorizing these things and then replicating them because he's good at form and knowing what the silhouette is needed, or how the silhouette is needed to be done from the beginning. So proportions, really strong proportions, and being able to see the end result just in your head. Now, some of it might be difficult to train, but there's a way to train it. So If it makes sense, I visualize the things I want to do and where I want to get to, yet I lack the street knowledge. The nuclear launch codes to get there. You don't need the nuclear launch codes to get there. Maybe like the nuclear launch codes might help you get there, but what you need is one step at a time. Don't try to find a nuclear option. So one step at a time. What do I need to learn, and then how do I learn these things? So when I say silhouettes are important and form are important, so get really good at forming silhouettes, and then when you learn stuff, it'll be really accurate, and then you can pick up more of the details. So when you draw lines, very good. Line quality is a tough conversation to have because it's not how stable your hand is. It's more like how much information you can pack into the lines. I've tried copying easy characters from my favorite manga, Puck from Berserk, and I don't know if it helps, especially with getting proportions right. Initial sketch intimidates me. If you're having doubts with proportions, that means you're measuring distance inefficiently. Geometric practice is the best way to do it, even if it's really dry. But if you don't like doing that, doing proportions of anatomy parts is okay if you can focus on just getting the measurements correct, like the length of something, the angle of something. So now we're going back to Charles Bark, right? Charles Bark is your answer. If you're like in a very early stage of like what these problems are, it's not composition, it's not like artistic expression. It's more like just the mechanical parts of drawing is weak, then Charles Bark will solve all of that. Shadow and values from painting, because I feel like the other half is missing. Uh like the value is good, but the shadow is missing. I don't understand the question. I don't think I understand the question. Jeff Watts on charcoal. Ooh, Jeff Watts. Very nice. Remember Perfect Cell had to go through many transformations. Like I said, dude. Like I said, let's see. Where is it? Peak is Super Saiyan 4 Blackout. Actually, I gave her more aura. It's like double aura, like literally two auras. Like there's a blue one and there's the gold one. The blue one is hotter because we know about like spectrum of light, right? So flames get hotter when it's like towards like blue and purple shift. I should have gave her purple, but blue is enough for this. It's like we don't need to go full power all the time. So blue and a yellow on top of that, just to show a little bit of what's like really serious. So is your painting on atmospheric scenery mostly focused on ambient light and mood on the scene rather than the details? I focus on photography. Don't know how to shoot. Depends. Always depends. I know you guys hate that answer, but some people hate that answer. But unfortunately, I draw both types, right? So something like this, right? So now it's like a little bit of detail. Subjects is important. The way the rendering has to be believable. The heat. And then we have something like this where it's more about the texture and a little bit about the atmosphere, but the texture control to show like impression of detail. And then we have this, which is environmental, like more atmospheric. And then we have something like this, where it's form, like the form is important here, like transparency of the water, form of the rocks. So different pieces, different requirements and focus. Mm. And then this is the purpose of this is to show the character, and it's more environmental, but also the distance. I want to see how big this field is, and the color to separate the top and the bottom. I like to separate big shapes kind of clearly because I think it's interesting. But it's also like mm, interesting. It's an easy way to catch attention. There's a line here. Everything is on the line. Very simple. We don't get distracted. It's a simple, peaceful looking painting. Okay. And sell them instead of what? No, I'm learning shadows and values because it's the other half I'm missing to be somebody, because my line art I feel like it's okay. So the line art is decent, but the shadow and the value is missing. Missing. So you don't know how to shade like well to match the line art. So shading is usually, it's not a problem of value control. Usually it's a problem of which surface needs to be in the shadow, and that's a combination of form and perspective. So if you have form and perspective down, then the shading becomes much easier. Because once you know, and I've shown this as well, once you know, who was it again? Once you know what you want in terms of lighting, the rest is pretty simple in terms of getting uh, like this. Yes, it's kind of complex subject, but I know what surfaces to lit. I know what not to light. And then something like this, right? Simple. And I'm just separating into surfaces to light and surfaces not to light. And it's based on this reference of like the statue, right? I'm borrowing the form of the statue. And if I can understand the form and the light, I can change it to show the form and the light I want. No, unfortunately, there's no easy way to say, okay, like just read this book or follow this YouTuber and you'll be on your way. But where do you look for references to study? Pexel, Pinterest, Google, the outside when you go outside, like touch grass stuff. I know a lot of people are allergic to grass here, but it's a sacrifice you have to make sometimes. I was wondering if there's a difference between the difference in the ability to pick colors using the triangle color picker instead of the square one. It's not really an ability, it's just maybe the way it's laid out conveys different information. I just like the triangle one better. Yeah. But it's not really a skill difference. It's not like, oh, I can have certain skills so I can pick from one but not the other. It's just one is more conveniently organized than the other for me and my understanding of colors. Oh, hello. Here, Siri Dot and a Castoleo. I don't go outside. I can get references. Oh, you guys have windows, right? Where you come from? Triangle is best, yeah. It is true. Everybody knows this. Mm-mm. Yeah, I pretty much went over like the surface level of what the mentorship is like. Sometimes it's also important to see how I make those corrections because the way I do it shows what is prioritized, what is first, and what shapes needs to be clean and like rough or messy. But I won't go over that here because that's, yeah, I would be stuck here for 6 hours. I don't want to do that. So how do you go about deciding what colors to use to put a character or an object in the environment? So hmm, the light source, like what color is the light source? What's the base color of the character or what they're wearing? What's the what's the light doing to your character? Are they standing in the light? So again, back to this. We go. Where is it? Uh, mm, where is it? Oh, yeah. So if we're putting in the environment, what kind of like there's shadow here? Do we want to put Freeran in the shadow in the front? This is more like shadow in the back, but we can discuss that another time. But where is the light hitting direction? What's the environmental light like when light secondary light bounces off or like shows the dark side of the surfaces? Like, is it more of the skylight? Is it more of the tree? Is it more of the grass? It's more of the grass in the back, and it's more of the sky in the Fresnel Fresnel areas. But yeah, your question requires elaboration. How much is the mentorship? So the mentorship right now, well, it's full, and it's between sessions right now. It's 900 bucks for a 10-week mentorship, 1.5 hours each week. But you obviously be drawing a lot more than 1.5 hours for homework and stuff. But that's the price right now. But it is like I give out like a notice for registration, and then I pick the ones that I think I can teach the best, not like the most experienced or the person that who's willing to tip me the most. Nobody's tipping. Maybe I should make you guys tip, but yeah, it's based on like what you want to learn and if I can teach that. So if all you want to learn is like, oh, how do I make VTubers? Like, yeah, not me. Go find someone else because I don't make that. Um, Not that I hate it. It's just like it's not my expertise. So yeah. Mm. He's back on white and like 5 shades of black to cement values. Cow use. Uh, yeah, you can pick five. I just feel like five is too much choices, so it doesn't make you prioritize. Oh no, not the Yelp review. Oh no. Okay. Uh, For example, the color of the subject can change drastically from the local colors depending on the environment or scene. How do you know from which specific color fits into the specific scene? Okay. Let's talk about attenuation. No, this is not a good one. Hmm. Wait, what? I opened two. What? Attenuation. Where can I find it? Examples. Okay, attenuation. This is a interesting version of it. So do you see this light? It's like there's no saturation, but there's light. Like, and as it gets further, it gets darker and darker. And but as it gets closer, and based on the reflective angle of like the texture and stuff, we get more texture and reflection here. So it shows that the notebook is not perfectly straight, and it shows that the texture here is like maybe slightly different. It's like a tighter texture, so it has less grain. But knowing where to increase the values of the light and like as it moves away, we can translate that to hue and saturation. So if this was a colored light, if it's like red, then it will be affected by red more here, and down here is less. And then the bounce light from the yellow coming up, do you see that bounce light from the yellow? I showed it here. So it's like it's reflecting off this. So I'm doing that effect. So when you zoom out, it's more believable. It's like it looks like it lives in the scene. And then we have the yellow to orange here because like if it's bouncing a couple times, it red shifts because it catches more of the saturation on the low range, where up here it's overexposed. So we don't see that color of the light, but we show the color of light a little bit here, or I show the color of light. So I'll translate it to this orange color when it bounces a few times and it loses that overexposure. Uh, a lot of moving parts, but Yeah, you can see where I'm going with this. The color, the final color depends on a lot of different sources of color, whether it's the original color, like the base color of the object, or the way the light bounces, or the original color of the light, or how far the light is from the from objects from the light. Right there. Light bounce light. There's also ambient occlusion. There's also like contrasting hues. If you want to exaggerate certain hues, you have to use contrasting hues to show. I don't know if I have an example. Maybe I do. This one probably. Nope, nope, nope. This one, nope. This one. So how much saturation I have here and here depends on how I want to control the level of values. So if I need less values, I will use more hue. If I need more values, then I'll use less hue. Just separating the axis of color. This might not make perfect sense to you because I didn't give context, but I don't want to give a long answer because it it needs a lot of examples, isolated examples. Why do you draw? It's fun. To test your limits, it's fun. I feel like I draw to express emotions, but it's not the most consistent drive. Yeah, maybe, but I draw because it's fun. Yeah, it's not really that complicated. I have more thought into it when I draw, and there is overarching goals, but I don't think about it too much when I draw individual times. But I do think about it when I'm like laying on bed waiting to fall asleep. So again, this the stream was mostly about how mentorship is different from classes, and I think it's useful for people who are looking for mentorships, not just for me, but for other people, and looking for classes. So you can kind of see how mentorship works and how it's different from classes, and maybe it'll help you decide which one's better for you, whether it's in real life or like online mentorship for classes. But it's sometimes hard to assess why you need one or the other. But at least go into the conversation. If you have like your favorite artist and you're like asking them, "Oh, do you mentor?" or like, "Oh, you mentor? Do you think I'm a good fit?" At least the vocabulary that they use or the reasoning that they use, if they're like a good mentor or if they're experienced, then they would be able to tell you, okay, maybe it is for you or maybe it's not for you based on certain requirements. By more value or less value? What do you mean? What's my favorite snack? Ooh. Ooh. So favorite snacks. Hmm. It's hard to pick a favorite one. Hmm. Snack. Those Chinese cream puffs. They're like in this bulky package and they're kind of expensive now, but they were cheaper back then. It's like there's strawberries, there's lemon, there's cream, and then chocolate. Like it's like almost like white chocolate and then dark chocolate. It's not exactly white chocolate. But mostly you just see the strawberry and chocolate, and I prefer the strawberry. It's kind of like koalas, like or jalapenos. Yeah. But it's more crunchy, soft instead of like graham crackers. It's more like a solidified cream puff with solidified cream inside. That's probably it. Yeah. Not paint. I don't actually like the taste of paint. I know because I've tried it accidentally. Do you have a favorite drawing that you have made? Yes. So this is probably one of my favorites. It's hard to pick a favorite because I have different likes for different pieces. Like this is I like this quite a bit because not just because it's Ganyu. Like I mean that adds a lot of points, but I like this because it's achieved the feeling I was looking for at least partially, quite a bit. Mm, no, wrong year. I do like this one, just because of the way the composition is set up in the subject. I like the the action, I guess. This one I like as an environment because I feel like it gives the good or accurate feeling of like the frigidness and the warm light. It looks really warm light, but it still feels like it feels like really cold, even though the light looks like almost like deceivingly warm. So, uh, hmm. Mm, oh yes, texture management here, shape management. I like this. Probably one of my favorite, like top five at least. I say top five like it's a big number, but it's hard to pick top five because there's quite a bit. So this is 2026, and I think I have a few where I like in 2025. Um, mm, that was pretty cool, but as a piece of art, I don't really care for it too much. This is pretty cool. Like this, there's just like some control. I like. Uh, as far as statue goes, probably one of my favorite statues. Drawing and statue. This is just I like it. This one's the oil version. There's a digital version of this, but it's Makima with kind of well, those wouldn't be my favorites, but oh man, is this one of my favorites? Subject wise, yes, but painting wise, no. Painting wise, it wouldn't even be close, I guess. The Ganyu is like the subjects are the redeeming factor, but it's too tight of a drawing. Mm, this part I like. So a lot of things about what I like in some paintings, but I can't say okay, I like the entire painting. So this like the flame, I like the way I did the flame. It's like I was looking at the pot when I was drawing it. It's kind of a demo for my parents who will never listen to my advice for painting, but I try to demo this in front of them and yeah. Anyway, I like the painting. In terms of like how it depicts fire, like and flame. I mean. Mm, this I like. A terrible picture to use for color theory because this is not a good representation of color theory, but it's eye-catching and it has colors, so whatever. But I like this picture because of the way the composition is played out with the color, like shapes, very clear like um, character like features, like the character design features, and I just think it's a cool character. My OC. Um, Probably one of my favorites again. Uh, ooh, this one's tough. Yeah, this one's yeah. I have a few. It's like okay, hard to decide which one I like because I like many things between them, but I can't say okay, one is definitely better than the other. This is pretty cool. It's a different like, but I like this because it has McNuggets in it and it's very big, 1.5 large Coke size. And well, look, free GPU, free GPU. Yeah, so it's kind of a fun one, and everybody likes free GPUs. I'm just kind of sharing the ones I like. This one as a painting, it kind of sucks, but as an illustration, I really like it. So it's a complicated thing to say, but um, I like it because of the amount of information it has, and it's demonstrated pretty efficiently. So like the way this is set up is like something I like the height of from the height of the chair to the type of the easel. I have some preferences to the way I hold the brush and the balance, and then these are like the rolling chairs, rolling like carts where you can put the brushes on there, so you can like stick brushes up. You don't have to put it on the table, and then it rolls away from you, and then now you have phthalo green in your face. I like these like messy setups for canvases, or not canvases, like hanging, yeah, hanging canvases. So that's how I hang my canvases in my workshop. And then this is actually a representation of what the workshop looks like. So for those of you that were in Underpaint, I showed the picture of what the workshop looks like, and this is just how I like to set up. And based on her height, I'm like, okay, I would put chisel way higher, because I don't really need to reach for it that much. I would reach for the saw more, maybe uh, the dog hole clamps more, because I would lock wood here and then cut it more than I do chisel work. So I'll put the chisel higher, and the speed square, the this is a like a looped clamp for if you're building like small boxes. Big clamps, we don't really need to use that too much, and she's tall enough to reach that. I think I forgot what these are, but there's like smaller boxes of tools, like maybe bits and pieces that is easier to reach, and maybe like this area is like more suited for small work. This is a uh, some type of dock bench vise, and then this is a table vise, like a side vise, not an end vise. The side vise is bigger to clamp big pieces of wood, like maybe all the way to the ground if you're trying to cut it, screw things into it. The way the chair is designed, it's like those things where you screw and then it will like you spin it, it goes up and down, right? And then here's like some unused wood and leather and stuff and cotton for canvas making. This is like pieces of boards and like stretch boards. We can cut that and bind them into like finger joints and stuff. The way this is constructed, so a lot of information here, and I like creating stuff like this sometimes to say like I want to design a workshop like this if I could, and this is like a rolling thing. It's like if we can roll like a half semi-transparent sheet over, we can block the rain, but we can still get that natural light, right? And then I like these old style, like retro style lights, like those like oil lamp. There you go, oil lamps. Obviously, we have to have a Ganyu painting because it's canon in my world. So books and reference, like maybe like references for how to do joineries, how to do like metal smithing, or like what gauge of metal to use, or how to cut some things, how to bind, like what glue to use for what, stuff like that. And this drawer was one that I designed. I wanted to use, but I don't. Do I? Oh, let me see. I can show it right now. Hold on. Let me. This is. Hold on. I actually designed this drawer a little bit. So I changed some stuff, but this is the design of the drawer. I was gonna build it, except I figured I was gonna build this for the workshop, but they bullied me into not building it. So this workshop, this was supposed to be a workshop bench. I made this like 42-inch wide desks or wide drawers. So I'm like, oh, I think some students would want to do bigger drawings, like pencil drawings. I never got pencil students. Well, I got like two, but some of them could. But I wanted the drawers to separate so that kids can't reach into the drawers, and then you can put like markers. You can do like one section for like oil, acrylic, pencil and charcoal, and then like um so the last one. It's like arts and crafts. Yeah, arts and crafts. So like clay and stuff, and then smaller things for like brushes. These are like 24-inch deep. Um, Actually, these are less. I think they're 16-inch deep or 18-inch deep. Yeah, 18-inch deep because I wanted to match the wall so that the brushes can go in here. They can sit straight. So there are no brushes that I will buy that's greater than 13-inch, 13.5. So these will fit. I don't want to talk about this too much because I can talk about this all day, but these are 42-inch. There are 36-inch white papers, and I sometimes I think maybe that would be cool to have for students who are like more ambitious about drawing. Again, unfortunately, I never got students, like enough students to like select from them or enough students interested. So I end up not building this, and my students are like, "Why are you wasting money on building a shelf, building a drawer like a drawer for art supplies for art class? You should be buying us McDonald's and boba and hot pot." Okay, I guess I don't have money for this. So this is like a project on hold. Maybe in the future I'll build it, but not for now. Yeah, so this is pretty cool. Kind of spent a long time here, but okay, ask me for my favorite piece. That's gonna be hard to explain because I like each of them differently. It's one of my favorite pieces right here because I like rain. I like Ganyu, which is also rain. I like the controlled, a little bit more controlled messiness. I can control this better now because of I had skill issues back then, but it's not bad. I like it for the most part. Um, I would not want to change a thing about it, even if there's some slight inefficiencies. Mm. You meanly study. Uh, this is I like it because it's technically pretty good, but not very much else to say besides that. Like I was just practicing like sheer cloth and like layered cloth transparency, for those of you who might be interested. I've tried Heidi Lao, but it's overpriced. I can make Heidi Lao at home just buy the pack. Display tablet Huion 24-inch 4K V3. I think that's what it's called, but I have a review on the channel. Bullied by breaking pencils. How do you get past frustration? I cry until I'm dehydrated. The biggest, well, I don't. What kind of frustrations? Zoning out here. You should be biased. Yeah, I mean, I like the cabinet idea, but if the kids are not going to use it, and I'm not going to use it because there's not enough students, then why build it in the first place? So maybe in the future, when I like scale up to like the Pluvium Workshop Corporation, right? So I have like 1,000 students, and yeah, sure, I'll build one of them for my $1 billion office. But for now, no drawers. Improvement, speed of improvement. Draw more, I guess. I just like my solution is like either I'm inefficient with practice, so I figure out what to be more efficient about, and or I draw more if I think I'm already efficient. So oh, here's a trick. Top 10 trick professional artists don't want you to know. If you teach people, you can let them make the mistake for you, and then you can learn it so you don't make the mistake. It's half of it is a joke, but really, if they already took the time, like they spend 4 hours studying, and you see that okay where it went wrong, and you can analyze it, and you can show them a process that is maybe more efficient and show that it's like going towards the right direction. You use them as a judge of whether or not they feel it's good. Then that means you can analyze the problem and avoid it before you even commit the problem. So when I teach 16 students, right, and they make 16 different studies, they're making the studies for me. I am the one who's gaining all of it. They gain 1x, right? But for me, I gain 16 because I'm doing 16 32 paint overs, like two homeworks per week. I'm doing 32 paint overs per week. So I'm focused only on the problems. Like they do the hard work. They're like, oh, you know, go render this, render that, try this, try that. And then they come back with the problems and I solve it for them. They're like, oh man, I'm really getting a lot out of it. And they are. But I also get it, right? I'm like, oh, there's a version of it that's more complicated that maybe we don't get to yet, but I have the solution in my head. And I'll tell them that, like, here's the solution, but there's not enough time to tell them all the other solutions. So here's why, okay, so I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm like, that's why I put two students in one class, because I know there's this benefit of like double absorption, like you're like double, like 2x multiplier for the experience. So I try to make it so that they have the opportunity to do like the 2x thing. Like, okay, you see your peer doing some stuff and they're making some kind of mistake that you didn't have the chance to make because you didn't spend the time to do the things that they're doing, right? So you're like, oh, I'm doubling my exposure to potential solutions. But I'm doing all 16 people plus whatever Xing is doing in class, you know, the posture, like the scoliosis, the inefficient search for references, the death deathly fear of statues, you know, I'm picking all that up. So yeah. Yeah, when they want when they don't want to do something, or when they want to do something and they make mistakes like repeatedly, like that's fine by me. I'll show them the solutions, like potential solutions. I can't guarantee the solutions will work 100%, but you know, it works for most people. But if they don't try it, then I'll be like, oh, I can see. If they improve, then I will think like, okay, there's a way of improvement that I don't understand. And I'll try to like see it. I'm like, okay, what do they see and I don't see? And I'll absorb that. Like they're learning for me, right? They're testing these weird tech for me, and I'll just download the tech from them. And then if they try it their own way and they don't follow whatever I give them and it doesn't work, right? Then I know, okay, the tech that they tried, like the doom scrolling while looking for reference, or like playing Project Sekai every 5 minutes as break, maybe that doesn't work. Then I don't do it, right? It's a win-win, exactly. It's a win, like 16, like 40x win, right? And it's just it's a big I don't say satisfaction, but it's a big reason for me to want to teach, because I get to explore these like more difficult concepts, and I have to like isolate the problem, and it's like giving me practice to isolate. So everybody comes with different problems, and I have to like, once they illustrate the problem, or once they like elaborate the problem, I have to think like, okay, what's the more root cause, or like what's the basic version of that problem, and then I can solve it for them. So yeah, that's how we can learn. But it does require some statistics. Like it requires me to teach more people at a time. I can't just teach one person, because if I just teach one person, they could just be weird or something. Like they could learn really weird. Like they could learn really, really fast or really weird. Like Ying, right? She's like an outlier. Uh, like I can't just base it on one person. So, but if I have enough people, then I can say, okay, like this works for most people, or this doesn't work for most people. Would it work for me? I can test it out, and I've already isolated the problem, so it's easy for me to tackle it. There's a downside to it, is like some of these are repeated, so it's not like 16 people is gonna have 16 different, absolutely different problems. So I don't get really like a true 16x, but because I redo the problem, it gets stuck in my brain. Like you guys do it once or twice, I'm doing it like 8 times, like the same problem I'm doing 8 times, and every time I do it, I get more efficient, because I have to do it within like, every time I do a correction, I have to do it within like 10 minutes, right? Yeah, so that's why I say, like, if one student don't lock in, I'll just take the locking credits for them. And I feel like there's missed opportunities for these students, but it's fine. They can explore around. Like, truly, they can feel free to explore. But they're leaving like these tech points, these skill points, like just all over the floor. It's time and the focus, and I'm just like picking it up after them. Yeah, I'm just like going around and downloading the tech. Like they will figure out the tech. I was like, do this, and then figure it out, and then they go and do the work. They figure it out, and they come back to me. It's like, oh, this is like it's done this way, and I look at it. I'm like, I look at the brushstroke. I know what they did. So like, oh, I can do that too, right? Yeah, but don't tell anybody. Because it's top 10 tips the professional artists don't want you to know. The keywords don't want you to know. So it's a secret. Right? Yeah. We're 4 hours in. I have not drawn anything, but not drawing anything is not a problem. I like talking about the art and the concepts and the methods of learning. Like, you guys ask questions, and sometimes you guys like ask rare questions, like 6-star questions, rare drop, and I'm just like, oh, I never thought about these that way, and then gives me like some insights to both how to teach and how to learn. So, did you go to art school at all? No, did not. I went to not art school, boring school, accounting, and normal college. Not one of the cool kids, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. It's cringe. What can I do? You're the cool unk now. Why? Because I'm unemployed and teaching art. I'm going through boring college right now. Oh, my condolences. I condolence you. Condole. What does condolences even mean? Uh, can do the forbidden creative way of accounting. Yeah. We call that the F word where we're from. The creative accounting, not the F word most people are thinking, but fraud. Crash out. Why would I crash out after one long session? That's a good time. I don't draw it that much in a day if we discount the whole mentorship stuff. Because, yeah, like I do paint overs, but they're not the same as me doing art on my own. It's kind of a shame sometimes because I want to draw and then I'm like, okay, there's no time. But I still get to learn stuff, so no complaints there. But I draw my drawing sessions is anywhere from like 1 hour to like 16 hours at a time. So hard to get an average. Imposter syndrome? Hmm. Like, can you describe what that means? Impression can you do? Uh, None. I, I can I can LARP as an artist. Composition, something values. Andrew Loomis, splash art. Yeah, there you go. Imposter syndrome. Syndrome. What? I don't understand. Like, I mean, I guess there's different types of imposter syndrome. Like imposter syndrome, as in like I don't feel like I'm good enough, or I don't feel like I am qualified to teach, or I don't feel like I'm qualified to make money as an artist or call myself an artist, stuff like that. My Cocoa Goat. No, no, I cannot tarnish the Cocoa Goat. Yeah. Mm, maybe some imposter syndrome. Not sure. I have to define it. Stuck doing it. I'm not evil. Why the heck would I do that? Get out of here. No. What games do you play? Uh, definitely not stuck on Pal World. I draw Ganyu as like tribulation. You know, it's the greatest uh, offering I can give. Just like get my skill better so I can draw Ganyu better. You have in-person classes, yes. Just because curious that someone at your level feels it or not. I think based on my conversation with other artists, I might be a special case. As in, I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on how and what I'm good at and how and what I'm not good at. Like I don't think I'm great at art. I don't think I'm bad at fundamentals. I think I'm decent at least at fundamentals. But it's not. There's a lot of room for improvement, but it's not like, oh, I'm thinking about it like I'm trying to be depressive or like trying to beat myself up. It's more like, okay, like what can we do here to get more out of it? Like we're here and we're trying to get stuff, and like I'm not gonna waste time on like, oh, imposter syndrome. I feel bad. I don't want to draw like that. That would never happen. It's like I don't have time for that. So how many got you so far? Maybe like around 100, I would say. Just percentage wise, not that much, but it's an okay amount. Not related to trying potentially cringe question. How do one try and make friends in this industry and space? Feels pretty hard to find one without making others feels like I have ulterior motive. I have no clue. I have no clue. That's a tough one. Yeah, as competitive as this industry is, if you try to make friends, it feels like, yeah, definitely ulterior motives. I haven't personally tried that much. I do have like Kai that I often talk to, but that's kind of he initiated that, not me. So how do I find those? I don't know. Probably be like more extroverted, like more altruistically extroverted, but I'm not extroverted, even if I do like art inherently. So kind of tough there. Yeah. Good luck. Let me know how that works. Snow painting a good way of learning values? Maybe. I never thought of it that way. It's a good question. See, I'm learning something. I feel like I'm learning something. Because snow is a singular material, and we have a lot of like white areas. But the problem with snow is like we are prone to overexposure. So night snow, moonlight snow would might work well. So we have low light, no strong exposure. Let's see. Let's explore that idea a little bit. Interesting. So if I had too much texture, that becomes a problem. If it's too much of a flat surface, then we're now practicing form. So snow-covered trees, maybe? Maybe. Something smaller. Let me try to find it real quick. Most of it is too flat. Or the way snow falls, there's a limited amount of shapes, so maybe not the best. Let me show you what I'm looking at. So going through this, a lot of it's flat, but if I say nights, I thought that that would be a good one, but night snow. I think a lot of it's flat, or it's underexposed, or it's flat and underexposed. Even if it's, ooh, so something like this, self-illuminated, not great. Ooh, like look, this very good for soft forms. So it's possible, but I feel like there's easier way to get this, like statues. But there's only so many statues, so maybe this is a good alternative. Like, this is more like flat blocking already. Not sure if it's great. A bit of ambient occlusion, a bit of Fresnel in this. Ooh, this is good. Showing the crevice, how the light bends over it. Good for forms. But I feel like it's kind of hard to find good ones. Cylinder practice, but overexposure. So overexposure in the sunlight, we don't see the high range values. So like the top 50% is blown out to white. Possible, but it's hard to find good references. Does that answer your question? Let's see. I feel like it's law of attraction. Did you learn fundamentals like you were farming in an MMO? Not really. I just did it because it was fun. Chosen art. No, I have not. I don't know if I got the right one. Does he live in Egypt? Oh wait, I've seen this person. But I don't know if it's the right person. So there's not that much work. I think engaging genuinely with other artists' work help connect without looking like you have. Yeah, that's probably true. I don't spend enough time on socials and even on Discord chatting because I like drawing. Well, clouds, because it's up in the sky. Ooh, clouds is a good one. Yeah, I think clouds would be a better one because there's a lot of shapes, and if you look like for like less sharp, like darker photography, you can get good volumes in clouds. Yeah. Flowers and stuff, grass, they're more like flat shapes, so drop shadows very good, but not core shadows. Oh, wrong one. I don't know. I don't know. How does one get better at doing line art? See, this is one of those things where I'm like, maybe I'm not the right person to answer this, but I might have some guesses on it, but I don't personally practice line art too much. So I have this other, let me find it. It's this like kind of sketch account that I post on. Please get away from me. Okay, there you go. Which I do a little bit of line art drawing, so I just post sketches here. And I do some line art, but I wouldn't say I would teach line art as a focus because it's not my focus. I don't care about line art that much. I should, but it's just not something I've been focusing on. And there's different types of line art. There's like more like broken rounded lines. Like, that's more like pen sketches, and then there's like something like this where there's volume or line weight, and then there's something like this where it's like more like ink, like very harsh hatching ink. Um, and then there's like pencil liner. Let me see if I can find some. This is kind of like that, right? And then I do prefer uh round liner, like kind of uh like these harder lines and almost like ink like ends where it's like heavier on the ends, like stuff like this. And or rougher, but this is almost like painting ish. Uh but rounder lines. Actually, this is not rounder lines. Also not rounder lines. Mm, this kind of lines I like more. Like almost like too clean to be ink, but it's still kind of like ink. Uh, this is also kind of nice, like solid. So it's almost like painting. It's a mix in between, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm qualified to comment on that too much. Which hat is great. In fact, it's so great that I bought the book that she recommended for learning line art, and I will go through it soon. Now, would I bring it to the workshop? No, because I'm not risking 5-year-olds puking acrylic paint on it. So, unfortunately, some better like references books I keep at home. Uh, the Fundamentals of Line Art. I forgot the book name. I haven't gone through it, but I already flipped through it once, but I didn't go through it in detail. But it's called oh, Rendering in Pen and Ink. Classic book on pen and ink techniques for artists. And if you look in that book, it's like an advanced version of what the Witch Hat Atelier is like. Like that Witch Hat is like it's just like a small part of what that book is. So go to the source. Yeah. My wife actually recommended me that book to buy it, and it's probably the greatest book you can have for line art. It's like or ink lines, and it's very comprehensive. It has different styles, have different subjects, like how do you draw buildings, how do you draw like certain textures with art, or with ink lines. But yeah, I only flipped through it once. I got most of the content, just like most of the interesting parts, but I think I need to actually practice it to get better at it. So one day, one day I'll do it. Okay, I think I streamed long enough. Everybody should be asleep by now, right? So, everybody, right? Like someone who can't read clocks and sometimes are late for class in person. Wonder who that is. Skepto author. Let me check. Author, yes, it is. It's an excellent book. And honestly, some of the drawings too a little bit too tight for my style, but I would probably get a lot out of it. Tomorrow's Saturday. Today is Saturday. Okay. I'll probably end the stream here. I'll keep the stream up, the VOD, so that people can look at it. People trying 24/7. I mean, most of the time I am just drawing 24/7. How your direction when painting foliage? That is a long question. I don't think I can answer it right now. The short answer is like we consider how to group things based on our focal point, but now we have to talk about how do we pick focal point and why certain grouping might work, and the practice for it is, you might have guessed it, distillation studies. Yeah, if you guys are interested in the stream, like streams like this where it's like more discussing concepts and like showing examples, let me know. I'll put the VOD up, so obviously you can comment on the video. Comment, like, and subscribe, right, to my new VTuber channel. No, just because I do these, but then I don't get to draw. But I do like to talk about the concepts. I think it really like I said, you guys ask questions. I'm like, I never thought about it that way, and it helps me think about it in different ways. And actually, I get breakthroughs, like literally Chinese cultivation breakthroughs in art plateaus because of how I change my point of view sometimes. And I think it's nice. I wouldn't do it too often, and I would kind of like squeeze these session in between like drawing streams. Like if I draw for an hour, I might take a break for 30 minutes, talk about these things, and then go back to drawing, stuff like that. So you can edit it for video. Yeah, I could, but I also don't really like editing. I like cool edits, like music type edits, but that's not my focus. I still just want to paint. So yeah, I'm a tier 7 middle yellow core solid now. So soon I'm gonna dominate the earthly realms a little bit. Maybe there's like 7 more realms up there, but we take what we can. Discussing between drawing breaks every now and then. We get breaks now. Actually, to be honest, the drawing is the break, and then the discussion is me more like working on tougher concepts. So I guess misnomer. The break is the drawing. So yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Hopefully, next time is soon. I keep saying that, but then every time it's like a month later. I might edit this into something interesting, but I don't know because it's 4 hours. I don't have that much time to go through the footage, and I hate my voice, so I don't like editing to begin with. So maybe I'll have like a short compilation of what I've talked about today, like maybe certain concepts. I might focus on concepts and just like skip to those parts, but I'll leave the VOD up for people who have too much time and they want to watch 4-hour videos. So well, maybe he should have put 1 star, so I don't like it. All right, good night or good morning wherever you are. I'm gonna have to teach in a kind of in the morning, well, at noon tomorrow, but I should be good. Better than 4-hour doom scroll. It's kind of the same thing, really. So all right, have fun going back to go back to your doom scrolling. All right, bye.